Good morning, everyone. Good morning. A little slow. I'm a little slow this morning. Not gonna lie to you. Yesterday was a lot of work. A lot of work. A lot of organization. A lot of writing. A lot of editing. So I'm a bit slow to move. Bit slow to move.
Party hat, happy partner anniversary.
Party hat. Pogged out of my mind. It's my partner anniversary. It is my partner anniversary. 12 freaking years. I kind of forgot that that was today. I kind of forgot that was today.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Hey, I.
Sid, you're good.
Wonderful
You're good.
day, Guardian.
I exaggerated for comedic effect.
Data camp, data camp, data camp, data camp, data camp.
"12 years, man. Pretty freaking crazy."
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Don't forget my other partner anniversary. Nope. It's the same day that we intentionally, well, I asked Danielle if she wanted to get married on the same day that we like officially started dating so that we would only have to remember one day. And she said yeah. And I was like, yeah. So, that was good. I appreciate that she said yes to that. Is Deadlock coming to consoles? I got no idea. I would guess probably not. Is Dota 2 on consoles? Is Counter-Strike on consoles? Is Counter-Strike on console? No. Dude, getting married on my Twitch partner anniversary, that would have been giga brain. That would be giga. Yeah, Steve, I wasn't sure because like that's some shit that someone would say. It's like I was like, let me check, let me do a quick audit. Oh, they're actually. So then I was like, okay, it's not even trying to be funny. Low man Datto today. I mean, I'm soloing today on stream. This stream. Yeah, I'd be surprised if Deadlock showed up on console. Solo flawless stream. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna try to go into the stream, you know, doing it flawless. You know, hopefully I don't die, but between the beginning and the end of it. But at the very least, it will be a solo. At the very, very least, it'll be a solo. So. We'll see. Ugh. Am I reading the Elitist takes? That is the plan for today. The plan for today is check out some of the Elitist takes that people have been posting to my Twitter. Although I imagine we're gonna have like a few repeats, like from previous videos. I already have seen quite a few. So I'm gonna do my best to try to get some new takes. We also got new Pokemon Pocket set. We're gonna probably rip 2 10-packs of the new set. And then I want to try Mask of Fealty. I want to do the video that we did similar to freaking whatchamacallit, Skull of Dire Ahamkara. So that is the plan for today. That is the plan.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
I'm just I'm just a little tired because yesterday I spent, well, first I worked out. And then I spent a lot of time just like organizing stuff for a lot of the compilations that I was going to do. And then I had to finish writing the best legendary weapons video. And I thought I put a good dent into that video. Bro, I was only like 50% done. I was only 50 freaking percent done with that video. I had to do so much writing. But I think it's fully written. And so I just need to record and edit it. But the problem is that it's going to be a very, very slow process to edit that video. So bear with me.
Party hat happy partner anniversary.
Thank you. And then I spent time organizing and recording some intros for the compilations, which are just going to be like videos combined into 1 gig of video, right? Like I asked in Discord yesterday, any other compilations that you'd want to see other than all of my stream highlights put together, all of the retrospectives put together, all of the TTT videos put together. And I think the only other one that I would consider is all the day 1 kills for a contest mode in one video. I'm afraid that video might be over 12 hours. So I don't think I'll be able to turn that into a video because literally YouTube won't allow it. So, and I think someone said like, oh, maybe do like a Golf It compilation. I could consider that. I can consider it. We'll see. We'll see. How do people get those 12+ hour videos on YouTube? That might have been like pre-12 hour limitations, or they could be live streams. Is the Datto did Destiny vid gonna be sad vibes? Do you think celebratory of the run? I think it'll be a little A, a little B. A little bit of both. You think your retirement tweet would hit 1 million impressions? No. No, but man, there were a lot of posts about my post. And fucking, okay, so of course there was going to be like people arguing in that thread because like there's just some people who fucking hate me. But there was like one in particular that I kept getting a lot of notifications for, so I was like, okay, I need to just leave the conversation. Because I don't want to hear from this person anymore. So I hit leave conversation. It
Audio
left the
only
entire
rise up.
thread.
Lol, got a new job and can't watch. Datto does ASMR.
It left the whole thing, not just like the one branch. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. So I left the whole goddamn thread. I mean, it was gonna be impossible to read everything anyway, because there was like, I think 1,000 replies. Plus all of like the mentions and all that kind of stuff as well. So like, I was never gonna be able to read everything, but I was like, fucking god damn it, bro. But I'd say like 95% nice messages. Few people being like, why do people feel the need to announce that they're leaving? Bitch, listen to me, okay? If you're a fucking random, yeah, nobody cares. Okay? Yeah, no one gives a shit. When people come into my chat and be like, I'm quitting Destiny, blah, 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 this all sucks, blah, 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 whatever. Nobody cares. This ain't at a fucking airport. Okay? Bitch, I am motherfucking Datto does Destiny. I get to say that shit. Okay? Yeah, I'm making the announcement. Figure people might want to know what the hell is going on when I stop uploading videos. What time is it? Forever. Yeah, I get to say that I'm doing some other shit. Tassie gets to say he's doing some other shit. Okay? If you're John Random, yeah, no one's gonna care. Sorry, I have an audience, and I would like to inform them of the things that I'm doing. Especially when the thing that I've been doing has been going on for 12 fucking years, and I want to tell them that I'm moving on. So yeah, I get to say something about me stopping playing the game. So there was a lot of that, and there was also a lot of cope. Hey, I said this is Elitist Datto stream. There's also like a lot of cope in there as well, of like people being like why are you leaving? Like there's still like a bazillion things to talk about. Like why aren't you sticking around for longer, etc., etc. And there's a tweet that I think perfectly encapsulates the Destiny community at large. And let me find it, because I posted it.
Wow. Hug Datto hug.
Hug Datto. Let me find it.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Okay. This if this tweet does not encapsulate 95% of the Destiny community, I don't know what does. Here it is. Well, it's been a good 13-ish years watching your content, which I appreciate. I care absolutely nothing about any other game and probably will never like another one, so the 18th will be the last video of yours I'll ever watch. I don't even know what the fuck Deadlock is, but I wish you the best of luck. So, like, the sentiment is very nice. Right? This person's been around for forever, watching all my videos. I'm not following you to Deadlock. But if that does not perfectly encapsulate what I believe the average Destiny player is, I don't know what else would encapsulate it. People there were some people coping so hard on like, why isn't he staying? Like, why is he not like making more content on the game? Motherfucker, there's other video games. No, I took it as a compliment. I'm not talking shit about him. I'm just saying, like, the Destiny community thinks that Destiny is the only video game that's like ever existed. And like that there's no way that I would want to like do anything else in my life. And I love Destiny, don't get me wrong, man. But like people are just like blind to the concept of like me wanting to do something else. You know what I mean? Like I just want to, bro, I did everything, man. What else do you want me to do? Literally, what else do you want me to do? Like, I did everything. I did everything that I wanted to do. I want to do something else. I found a new passion in life, and I want to pursue that. But people were just so blindsided at the fact that I would want to, like, try to do something else. So that kind of threw me for a loop as well. Low man raids. I don't want to do low man raids. Just because a thing exists in the game that I have not done does not mean I want to go do it. I would have done it already if I wanted to do low man raids, man. I would have done it already. I would have done the low man raids, okay? I would have been all over it.
I will continue to pray for Datto does Subnautica.
You might have to keep praying. Sunk cost fallacy. It's not even sunk cost fallacy. It's like, I know I could get a nice paycheck if I stuck around for another 6 to 12 months. Right? But like, eventually I know that I would quit.
Lurking.
Right? And I'd rather take the next 6 to 12 months developing my new things versus just getting another paycheck, cranking out Destiny videos that I don't give a fuck about. You know? Like, if I really wanted to, could I stick around on the game, make one build for every exotic armor piece in the game for every class? Yeah, I could do that. Would I be bored to fucking tits doing it? Yeah, I fucking would. I'd be bored, man. I'd be hella bored. Someone just gifted 100 subs, and now I am uncomfortable. Yep. What we call opportunity cost? Yeah, exactly. 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 What is greater, or what is more significant? The opportunity cost of 6 to 12 months developing a new project, or getting a paycheck for another 6 to 12 months delaying that other project? You know? Is in a vulnerable state. Lucas with 100 gifted. Those.
Oh my god!
Okay, relax.
Oh my god!
Relax. Those better have been like fucking 35% off. There better have been some deal for you to do that. They're 35% off? Okay. Treasure Train. Treasure Train. Oh, save 35% on 5 or more gift subs exclusively during the strain. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. What sort of content do you want to do for Deadlock? Educational again? I want it to be a mix of education and entertainment. Skewing probably more towards entertainment.
Checking.
There's only going to be like so much for me to offer in terms of education in that game when I am not the best player in the game by like a long shot, right? Not that I was ever the best player in Destiny, but like I played at a high enough level that, you know, people could accept what I was saying as in good faith. Deadlock's just a different kind of beast. And I definitely want to skew more towards like a 50-50 mix as opposed to Destiny, which was like almost exclusively educational content. Someone just gifted 100 subs, and now I am uncomfortable. Stop.
shot in the dark, but have you ever
Stop.
considered dipping your toes into RuneScape/old school RuneScape?
No.
Thanks for everything you've done in D2GL with Deadlock content. I'll try to watch.
Thank you, James. No, I have not. I have not considered much in the way of RuneScape.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
I have not.
Elitist
If
Datto
I would go
Datto love.
to such a game, it would be World of Warcraft. If I was going to
Wonderful
dive
day,
into
Guardian.
a game such as that. No.
Someone just gifted 100 subs, and now I am uncomfortable.
Stop. 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 Stop.
Checking.
I hope you do more amateur tourney stuff. It's fun and you're cool. Yeah, I might. I mean, if I do anything, first I gotta just get like recombobulated into the game. I don't really have any. I don't really have any like competitive aspirations.
I'm so hyped for the
Deadlock.
return of Deadlock content.
Thank you, Grungy. Thank you. Me too.
Checking.
Where's the timer? All right, chill with the freaking gifted, y'all.
Checking.
Chill. Relax, man. It's not even the last Destiny freaking stream. Still got 3 weeks for that. Am I starting a Twitch channel for everything, or am I starting a new one? No, I am still running this channel. Yeah, no, I'm not making a new Twitch channel.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Twitch will remain the same. Am I complaining about getting money? As the notification says, okay, 100 gifted is a lot of money. Okay, 100 gifted is a lot, and I get uncomfortable when people drop that kind of coin on me that rapid fire.
Wonderful
It's
day,
fucking
Guardian.
crazy.
Happy anniversary, Datto. Thanks for
Okay.
the content and other sappy sentiments.
Thank you, Colin. If I pivot to Deadlock, you have to change the stream stuff. I will probably end up changing some of the branding. The Deadlock channel uses purple. The Destiny stuff uses like this, that green. So I'll probably have a lot of that color change to purple, and I will be replacing some of the sub notifications and all that. Yeah. Just getting new booba. Finally.
Wonderful day,
Any
Guardian.
Clash of Clans in the future? Probably not, man. Probably not. Getting rid of Wonderful Day Guardian. I think the plan is to rotate Wonderful Day Guardian to like I would say 7+ year subs. And then all newer subs will get like the Deadlock sound effects that we'll probably use. Something like that. Nothing annoying or loud, please. When have you known me to do such a thing? Would I return for D3? I gotta get that short uploaded. Here, let's just play the short again for people who haven't seen it. Because I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to probably keep answering this question over and over until I post the short, and then even after I post the short, people are gonna keep asking it. I ever do content? Would I ever do content on Destiny 3? Here are the conditions in which I would resume the mantle of Datto Does Destiny for a Destiny 3 if it ever happened. Number one, I played the game and I genuinely just fell in love with the game again. My friends are back. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a real good time. And I'm like, we're actually so back and it's time to come back. Number two, I am still in content creation, but things have gone so poorly in the other things that I have tried that I am desperate. I wouldn't tell you if it was option 2. Those are the two scenarios in which I would return to the Destiny franchise if they made a Destiny 3. To the extent that I have been doing it for the past 12 years. Now, if they make a Destiny 3 and I'm still in content creation and the stuff that I'm doing is like working out and I don't really have that big of a desire to resume the mantle, would I still play it? I'd probably play it a little bit, right? I'd hop on, I'd check it out. I'd see what's going on, see what they did. Of course I would. Would I resume the mantle of Datto Does Destiny if I had some other stuff going on that I really enjoyed? No, I would not. Would... There you go.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
There you go.
Re-upping to support my fav Destiny content creator.
Thank you, gamer.
Also, this Datto mousepad is frigging amazing. I had to rearrange my desk to make it fit. Hey
Thank you, Aggression. Any idea what the deadlock sound is going to end up being? Not yet. We thought you do Wonderful Day Guardian for anyone here that has a Destiny era sub to denote that they're... Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. There is no way for me to, like, target people... Is there a way for me to target people? I don't think there's a way for me to target, like,
Wonderful day, Guardian.
individual people.
Datto does what makes him happy. And I live by that. Unstep.
Unstep. I don't think there's a way for me to target individual users to denote them as, like, you are a Destiny fan, so you get the Destiny notifications. You are a Deadlock person, you get the Deadlock notifications. Hi, buddy. I don't think there's a way for me to really do that. Solid reference.
So I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Yeah. I prefer that. And then just close our bedroom door. Maybe bring his bed in here. Thanks. Make it 2 years, then every year up it by 1 year. All right, I'll think about it. Get Bram. Goober! I believe it, Goober! Good shit last night, dude.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Good shit.
Party hat happy partner anniversary.
Good shit. Love that for you, dude. I believe that we can Google. Brim? Brimstone? Oh, can you grab his collar?
Yes.
Okay, well, whose fault is that?
No! I was there before you were nowhere. Didn't exist like that.
I need some rage in the chat.
Oh, thanks.
Love you, Datto.
Bye.
Got into raiding thanks to you. Your raid videos are some of my favorite comfort content. Thank you.
Tubbs? Oh, there he is. Big yawn. Big yawn. Where were we? Goober and his team, MLC, won the night shift last night. Big dub. Big dub. I was watching. That's one thing I'm really looking forward to in Destiny retirement is I actually will be able to watch the night shift much more regularly. Because Wednesday is usually like my big work day. So I don't get a chance to watch as much, but soon I will be able to actually watch.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Cool to see you cheering me on because I was watching the fuck at you when I was growing up. So my mom. No, it's awesome. It's awesome. And like chat's like night shift chat is like pogging out for you as well, like all the time. It's awesome. It is awesome. Night shift is a weekly deadlock tournament. That is on Wednesdays.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
That's like all day Wednesday. Brim got Abba's bed to lay behind me. Yeah, because he's a silly. Because he's a silly dog. Because he's a silly dog. Yeah, Wang Chang. I don't think that's gonna happen. Oh yeah, we got a rip. New set came out. We can do some ripping. Do I have to sign? What the hell is this? I have to sign for this? Okay, good. Yeah. Let's thank some subs because you guys are fucking maniacs. We've already been streaming for 34 minutes. That's crazy, bro. Lucas with bits. Limelight with 5. Trinity with 29. Captain A 39. Scoop 49. Thank you very much. Gloomy with 5. That other guy 25. Esby with the 30. Audio only, rise up. Got a job, can't watch. We did that one ASMR video. I think people like unironically liked it. Guy trying 81, Max Lav 91.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Thank you both.
Happy partner anniversary, and thank you for all the things you taught me in Destiny 2 over the years so that I could teach them to other people. You're the fucking goat. Can't wait for this new era 07.
Thank you, thank you. Look at Vegas's stream. What is he doing? When's the matchmaking update coming out? Tomorrow. Having 1 million subs is a pretty big effing deal. It's like, you know, I mean, there's our plaque right there. It's he's trying to summon the MM patch. It's, you know, it's what a lot of people aspire to. Hit that 1 milli. You know? It's an awesome milestone to be able to hit. Agent 38 months, Rudy with 6, Psyax with 39, Gratuitous Crab with 111 months of subbing. Lucia would be proud. Garrus with 62, Comics Guy 103, James and Grungy both with some super chats. Thank you, thank you. Nian with the 37. Mr. Dimtree with 64. Colin with the 77. Epsilon 92. Aggression and M2 Gamer both with 52. Leachy Buzz. I don't know if I'm getting that right. And Zapradex with some new subs. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, thank you. Wolf Rose with 39. Spedunky with the 46. Blue Rhino with 2 years. Loki Chew with 2 months. Thanks for coming back. Darth Yoda with 41. And Walrus with the 35. Thank you all very much for the returning subs. And then gifted-wise, we have Dominus Kronos with 5 gifted. Papa Crip with a gifted. B-Dog with 25. Billy the Door with 5. Davey K with the 10. Mike Drummer, 10. Oh my god, there's no capital letters in here. Soul Divisive Core with 10. Sorry, I just want to make sure I read that correctly. Pitch Black Void, 10. Quinn with 5. Mike Drummer with a gifted. And then we had Lucas, Carvin, and Yeet, all with 100, 100, and 125 for Carvin gifted subs. Thank you very, very much, all of you, for the gifteds. Thank you, man. Name's pronounced Locky. Okay, I will try to remember that. Hang on, what is Vegas doing?
3 sentence.
Oh, I think I saw screenshots of his stream the other day.
98 months of Datto does Destiny. Here is to 98 months of Datto does Deadlock.
Yeah.
Datto love.
Going 37 minutes going offline. Yeah, I saw. Well, you know, glad to know that we have some people as potentially as insane as some Destiny creators are. If not, probably more insane, I would say. Because Destiny creators as a whole, I think, are pretty normy.
108 BB Datto love.
So, I'll be joining y'all pretty soon. I'll be joining y'all.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Is bro gonna play anything? Honestly, today, probably not as much as you're hoping for, brother. Today's gonna be a lot of yapping.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Today we're doing a lot of yapping. Have any Destiny creators sorted rice while waiting for a patch? I feel like probably someone has done something. You have an idea for what kind of content you're going to do at the start of your Deadlock channel? I'm assuming beginner stuff. I actually have a good amount of like beginner stuff already out on the channel. I think to start, you know, I just kind of want to like get some gameplays going, some viewer gameplay analysis, maybe some guess the rank, you know, kind of like fun stuff. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure that out. Do you get money if I watch with Twitch Turbo? Yes. And even if I didn't, I would just tell you to watch anyway. First thing we're doing, let's rip. First, let's rip.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Yes, the rank's gonna be wild with matchmaking right now.
Excited for you to become a full-time GTA 6 streamer in November. Lol.
That's probably not happening. I don't really have any passion for GTA 6. So that's probably not gonna happen. All right, this is our Freeb. This is our Freeb right here. First pack that I'm opening of the new set. And then we will rip. We'll rip a 10-pack. I could probably rip 2 10-packs. We'll see. All right, first pack. Okay. Okay, got a bunch of 2 diamonds. How hard is it going to be to find a group to rip the div puzzle for God's Bane Triumph? Every day it'll only get harder to do, so. Is that like a PvP only game? Right now it is, yeah. Oh, there's 155 cards in this freaking set. Holy. Okay, we'll probably just rip 2 10-packs. How does Dark Souls win? What do you mean? Hit him with the exclamation point, souls. Mods, take out their soul. 10 pack. Let's do it. Okay. Hiding. Alright, here we go. Just looking for a bunch of news right now. That's a good. Okay, it's a decent start. Decent start. Jupiter. Oh, yeah, that's a really good start. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good start right there. That's a good one right there. Yep, we'll take that. We'll take that. Honestly, the rest of the packs could be like straight cheeks, and I'll be okay with that. Like that one. Okay, getting some silver borders here. Oh, a little shiny mudkip. Dude, what's with all the Kecleons? Okay, a lot of silver borders. A lot of silvers. Hey. This is pack number 9. Okay, more silver borders. Love it, love it, love it. The back-to-back Beldums. Okay, so if we did not get the immersive, I would actually call that maybe like slightly below average. But because of the immersive, W. Alright, we got 35 new cards for the purposes of completing the set. We're at 40 out of 155. I'll rip another. I've been a good boy. I've been a good boy. I still have 1,100. I'm still gonna have over 1,000 hourglasses after we rip another 10 pack. So let's do it. Let's hide. No spoilers. All right. Oh, that Drowsy's kind of sick. So nice they gave it to me twice. More silvers, more silvers. We'd really like some just like base EXs. I know those are kind of a son of a bitch to get. Okay, okay. There, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I accept. I accept. Yeah, still got quite a few of those to find here, but I accept. All right, this set is, or this pack of 10 starting a little tame. Root. This one, okay. This is, you know, give me like a gold star. Ooh, hit no. Okay, number 8. There we. Thank you very much. Thank you. I just have to ask nicely. Love the color. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now it's a little bit better. Now it's a little bit nicer. Pack number 9. Okay, last pack. Some LPM. All right. Okay. I would put that maybe slightly above average. Maybe slightly above. That was, you know, pretty good.
10 packs. Because we've had some pretty terrible 10 packs in the past. We got another. We actually got more new cards on that set than the first set, I think. No, 3 less. Never mind. But still, pretty good. Nice. Nice, nice. How many gold crowns do I have? I think I just have 1. Let me see. Yeah, this is my Giga page right here. This is like all my super good stuff. I haven't updated in a minute, but I think the Lugia is my only crown, or maybe I have 2. Maybe I have 2. When do we get Casino Datto?
Wonderful day, Guardian.
I like going to Vegas for like 1 weekend a year.
Lower. Everybody.
I don't plan on doing a lot of gambling content unless it's gamble with your friends. Love some gamble with your friends. That I'll be a degen in that all day. I'll be a degen in that all day. Zyvix 98, Gildo 108, Stone Cold Killer 50, Erdo with 29, Elo Govnas with the 43. Yeah, probably no GTA for me. We'll see, but very unlikely. Yeti Fish with 53, Paranoia with 16, Zangetsuki with 40. Mr. Slide, thank you for 15 as well.
Party hat, happy partner anniversary.
Thank you. What's up, Murdoch? Any memorable D2 names that make me laugh? I feel like a lot of them have kind of been done to death already. Like, I've seen... Or, probably thanks. Nope. I've seen so many. I think we used to have a channel. Maybe we still have it, of just, like, silly Destiny names, but... A lot of them are, I feel like anything exclamation point, parentheses, time lost. Like, bro, I've seen that a zillion times. We still have it? Okay. I've seen it so many times. Think you'll ever invest in a second webcam devoted to just pack ripping, pre-zoomed, and in focus? My name is not Leopard Stealth, so probably not. I'll just hit the fat zoom. Bam. That's it. That's all I gotta do. What song is playing in the background? It's like a ska version of a Mario Kart World song. I just have a compilation. It's Mario Kart World 7+ hours, no sound effects, off of YouTube. Start a new job where I need to use software called Datto. Yeah, that company is why I can't get a lot of like exclusive Datto branding. Because there's like a cyber security company named Datto. Are we at the 3 Rock jumping phase in org? Bro, we've been there. We've been there. For quite a while. Okay, we're done ripping. What's the plan for today? The plan for today was to go over Elitist takes from Twitter, and then also do a Mask of Fealty build video similar to the Skull of Daira Hamkara video that I uploaded yesterday, and I'll probably provide some more context on that when we get to it. But people have been asking for a lot of Elitist Datto stuff, like, hey, do you have any final Elitist takes on the game, etc., etc. And I've pretty much said everything that I think I want to say. in terms of elitist takes. But I think it would be far easier for me to analyze other people's takes and tell them Elitist Datto's opinion on their takes. No, Dre, I didn't. I didn't download it. I want to, though. I want to. What did I watch? I watched a couple stand-up specials. I watched Jerry D. I liked his special. I think it started a little slow and then it picked up. I finished watching The Chair Company. That was a show. I watched season 3 of Smiling Friends. I watched the last 4 episodes of Righteous Gemstones. What else? I watched episode 1 of The Hawk. I don't know if I'm feeling that one. I don't know if I'm feeling The Hawk. I don't know. Anyone watch The Hawk? I kind of felt like I was like, all right, I get it. Will Ferrell doesn't feel like the comedy has evolved in like 15 years. I just kind of felt like I knew what I was getting into, and I feel like I've already potentially experienced what he has to offer there. Hey, I don't exist. You know what? You do exist to me. I appreciate that, gamer. Are me and Elitist Datto the same person? There was a time that I would say absolutely. But I had to branch their personalities like Severance style. Because people couldn't handle the fucking truth. And I just needed an excuse to have people not get angry at me personally, because I was getting tired of that. I was just getting tired. Seems like a nice guy, but I've never liked Ferrell's humor brand. I just, like, I don't feel like it's evolved. You know? I feel like, and don't get me wrong, like, I like, you know, I like that he does like, a bunch of, like, sports movies and TV shows and stuff. Like, he seems to be very into making that stuff work. But it just kind of felt like, I've seen this. I've done this. I've watched it. I've experienced Will Ferrell doing this bit, but now he's on a golf course, or now he's ice skating, or now he's playing basketball, or, you know. I just feel like I've been there already. So I think that's why I wasn't really messing with it. And then Danielle and I, you guys been watching Lucky? On Apple. Danielle and I have been watching Lucky, and I've been enjoying that show. Moves. That show is moving. I appreciate about that show is like shit is happening in that show. So I like that, like, you know, there's a lot of things happen. They keep that thing moving, and I appreciate that. But I've been enjoying that. Danielle and I have been watching Silo. Danielle and I have been watching House of the Dragon. We've also been watching Night of the Seven Kingdoms. We watched episode 5 last night, which everyone was like, oh my god, this is one of the greatest episodes of television ever made. And going into that episode with the anticipation that this is one of the highest rated episodes of television ever, after watching it, I was like, I mean, it was good. One of the best television episodes of anything ever? I don't know. But I did enjoy it quite a lot. It wasn't like, you know, everyone's like, it's a 9.9, it's a 10. I wasn't like, it's a 4 or anything like that. Like, I still really enjoyed it. But I think going into it with such high expectations for that particular episode, I was like, oh my God, this is gonna bang. This is gonna fucking bang, bro. And like parts did, and I'm not gonna spoil it, even though I know it's been out for a little while. But I will say, here's the one thing that I will spoil, and it's not really a spoiler, it's just like there's a flashback in it. And personally, I am so tired of flashbacks in TV. Like, Gemstones had one episode per season called Interlude, which was just a flashback. I did enjoy those. After I kind of learned, like, you know, they do like a seasonal show where it's like season 1, it's its own story. Season 2, it's its own story. And like, yeah, you could, you know, there's things that carry over from season to season, but they filmed it very, like, it wasn't like season 1 sets up the entire arc for the next 5 seasons. So like, I grew to like the interludes. But like, I'm not messing with like half of an episode being a flashback or like cutting back and forth so much. I just hate it. I don't know. It's got to be like really quick if you're going to hit flashbacks. Yeah, exactly, Shatton. I'm just like, dude, we were on a roll with like the main thing that you got going, and now we gotta like cut away for 20 minutes for some other thing to like reveal one piece of information. Could we have not done this a little bit quicker? You know? I gotta watch True Detective Season 1. Everyone pogs about that show. I gotta watch that. Is there a way to go back and watch all your old streams from like years ago? Matt the Boss, unfortunately, there is not. Because I did not have the foresight to realize that that was something that I was going to want to have around. So, unfortunately, I don't have that. I think the earliest streams that I would have are maybe 2021, 2022 on Datto Streams Destiny, which I don't really update anymore.
Exotic armor for each class? The type you don't put ornaments over.
The fridge? That's a good question, and one that I have to think about for a while to give you a solid answer. What I am going to give you is that fashion show next Monday. We're going to do the fashion show on Monday. Next Monday. I know people have been wanting another fashion show. So prep your fashion. Okay? Prep your fashion. I want this screen. This is the screen that I want. Okay? I want this screen. I don't want any other screen. Okay? Don't show me this. I don't want this. I don't want you logging into the game. I don't need glamour shots of you on a mountain. You know, posing. I don't want any of that. This is the screen that I want. This screen. Okay? You take a picture, you upload it somewhere, and I will give more instructions on Monday. Okay? I might make a spreadsheet, I don't know. Because that might be easier to organize versus just like having the chat get giga spammed. What are the rules for the fashion show? Rule number 1, your screenshot has to be in this format, or I'm going to immediately move on. Please, this is the screen that I want. This is the only screen that I want. Rule number 2, no super black hunters. Just all, like, if you show up, where is it? If you show up like this, I'm immediately moving on to the next person. And also, I might kill you IRL in-game. Okay? I don't want to see this. I've seen it. I've seen it a zillion times. Now, if you want to use one like if you need super black for like one piece of armor or something,
Tough
fine.
scenes.
I don't care. That's okay, right? If you're mixing it with other things, that's fine. If you just show up in super black and a bunch of armor, I don't care. Literally, I don't care. You can use any combination of shaders you want, right? A big issue with some of the newer shaders is that they have such unique color patterns and unique visual effects and textures that it's tough to mix and match them. How are you going to mix and match solid surface, right? How are you going to mix and match... I mean, this one you could probably do. But, like, there's some other ones that are just crazy that I understand it's difficult to mix and match. I used to give a lot of bonus points if you were able to come up with, like, a bunch of different shaders and have it still look cohesive. I am not going to take nearly as many points away from just you sticking with all one shader because it's way of the world. But obviously, I'm going to give you more points with getting creative with your shaders and your armor pieces. If you are using 3, do not use 3 or more of the same armor set. Okay? Do not use 3 or more of the same armor set. 2 pieces from the same set at the most. Otherwise, you're literally just coming at me with the armor set that's designed to look good. Right. Yes, one shader only is allowed. You can do any combination of shaders that you want. You can link a short answer Google form to Google Sheets for submission and links. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to get some sort of a Google form set up. And I will post the Google Sheet the day of the stream. I'll post it early. You'll put it on the form. And then we'll dick around on Monday for a little bit. And then after a bunch of submissions, I will review as many as I can. I'm not going to get to not going to get to all of them. Okay? I will do my best to get to as many as I possibly can. But you should know that I rarely get to every single person in the stream. There's just too many of you. Especially if you want me to give, like, more than a 1-sentence answer. Right? Otherwise, like, the more I do, the faster I got to do them. Okay? So it'll be on Monday. And I will have instructions. Okay? Next rule. No cowboy hats. I've seen the cowboy hats. I've seen them. Okay? Very rarely is there an outfit that's a cowboy hat that I haven't seen before. Okay? I've seen the cowboy hats. I've seen them. I don't need any more cowboy hats. I just don't need it. I don't need it. Rule number 3. No no Trials of the 9 Season 2 Warlock armor. If I see that fuck-ass hat and those fuck-ass robes for Warlock, I'm immediately moving on. Immediately moving on. Okay? You have so many new armor sets to work with. You know what? Executive decision as well. No Titan Phoenix, what is it? The PvP armor from like super early. Where is it? Competitive. Fucking this. Banned. Phoenix battle ornament for chest armor. Banned. I don't want to see this. I've seen this a zillion times. It's a good looking armor piece. I've seen it. Work with new stuff. I'll when I make the sheet, I'll put the rules there. Okay. I know it's good. I've seen it. I have seen it already. I want things that I haven't seen. Bungie gave us how many new armor sets have they given us in the tenant vendors? Right? I mean, I probably can't even see it anymore. Because I bought all of them or whatever. Like, give me this. Give me that. Right? All the sets in here. They've given so many. Give me this. Give me that one. Give me fucking all of them. Okay? Give me that. I want all of them. Okay? They gave us all of these. Use these, man. Use them. Give me that. So many new sets to work with. Use those. Use stuff I haven't seen before. The farther back you go, the less interested I'm going to be.
Requirements Datto Plop 1, Datto Plop 2.
Okay? Use new stuff. Use new stuff. I'm begging you. The newer, the better. If I haven't seen it, that's what's going to interest me the most. I want to be surprised. I've been playing this game a long fucking time. I've seen a lot of stuff. I've seen a lot of fashion. The more you can surprise me, the more I'm going to be impressed. Bonus points for actually using exotic ornament instead of just 5 legendary ornaments. I give, like, sort of bonus points if you're able to, you know, use, like, a thing straight up and have it work. But otherwise, I encourage you to get as creative as you can. 1 entry per person. Do not submit, like, one of each character. Okay? Prep one thing, because I'm going to have to get through hundreds of listings. Okay? Give me one. Give me one. You will submit on Monday. I want this screen. I want this screen. I want you to take a picture. I want you to upload it somewhere, and then I will give further instructions on Monday. Okay? That's what we're doing. That's how it's going to work. No Fallout looking ass non-matching shit rule. Can you clarify? Are you talking about the Angel special? Yeah, no Angel specials. The Angel special is intentionally wearing completely mismatching pieces with mismatching shaders. I've seen it. I've seen it already. He literally got an emblem for it. Yeah, purposefully having horrible armor is not... It was funny, like, the one time. I've seen it. Seen it done. Okay, one of my best friends on the game literally was the first person to get rewarded for it. I've seen it. I've seen it. Don't want it. Everyone can make horrible armor. Everyone can make horrible armor. It's easy to do that. It's hard to make something look good. It's easy to look horrible. Am I banning the summer shorts? I'm not, but I can tell you that I will probably grow tired of them quickly. Probably grow tired of them quickly. If you don't have social media, Imager. You don't have to post on Twitter. You can just upload, like, Imager or some sort of photo sharing service. Ooh boy, first time chatter saying remember me. The ultimate streamer 367. Have you been perhaps talking to someone named Datto on Discord? More instructions via stream next week. Yeah, you can use Blue Sky. Yes? Okay. What I need you to do is I need you to block them. And I hope you didn't give them any money, because that's not me. How's this happen so often? There's someone who really wants to... I don't know. You didn't? Good. Block them, report them, move on. It was not me. It was not me. Here's the weird thing about the scammer messages of people trying to impersonate me on Discord.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
They all
Keep up the
use
hard work.
my
Looking
logo.
forward to everything yet to come. What a journey it has been. Also, how dare you put with a horde so low in your tier list?
I'm a Witherhorde hater. What can I say? Also, insect guy, bro. I'm not in tune with the insect, the world, man. I think spiders are chill, but I don't have good answers for it. I don't have like funny answers for you, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would. So I blocked Datto Destiny on DC. I don't even know what DC is, brother. Yeah, I'm not there. That is not me. Unless DC is short for Discord, in which case you're the first person I've ever heard say Discord abbreviated as DC. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, that's not me. Everyone, all the pictures that I've gotten of people saying, "Hey, is this you?" None of them have my actual profile picture. I just don't get it. Actually, I do get it. It could be in like the same way that like scammers intentionally use like completely broken language in English because they only want people who are like really gonna like potentially fall for it. My Discord picture is the rage face. Right? I do not use the regular D logo for my profile picture. Right? That picture right there, the Datto Rage, that is my Discord picture. It's not my logo. What game is this? Brother, you're talking to someone named Datto Destiny? How did they just message you out of the blue? I'm genuinely curious. I'm genuinely curious. You don't even know what Destiny is, man? And you got someone named Datto Destiny messaging you, being like, be my friend, take my course for $500 or whatever they're asking for you? It's not bait. It's not bait because this is not the first person that this has happened to, and it's not going to be the last either. How'd they get in contact with you? What shared servers? Would I be against the LARPing phase if a LARPo did content as me? I would like to think that enough people respect me to like not do that anymore. Or I say anymore, but like I would hope that there would be enough respect that people wouldn't try to like LARP as me, especially when like I'm not leaving content creation. Like maybe if I was just leaving the internet forever, I'm like, yeah, whatever, go nuts. Bro, I'm still gonna be making videos. So I prefer people not do that. You know? I thought LARP meant liquidate all real profits. You would, Mr. Michael Scott. Fucking business ass name. Yeah, I'm not like leaving. Do you think people respected a dead person enough to not LARP them, but it still happened? Yeah. No, I would prefer people did not. As you can see, I already have to deal with enough people like impersonating me. I don't need someone legitimately impersonating me. Hey, what's up, Dexthorn? Bro wants a hug. You wouldn't mind little shitpost videos about your raids with your raid guide music in it, like parodies? No, I'd go nuts. It's when someone tries to pretend that they're legitimately me, that's where I'd be like, bro, you're weird, man. I'm still making videos. Yeah, if you want to do like parody stuff, like I don't consider that a problem. Parody all you want. Within reason, you know. Within reason. All right, let's thank subs and let's do these takes. Let's see these elitist takes, supposedly elitist takes. Fish, thank you very much for the 51. Feedsy with a fresh sub, along with Meadow Dweller. Meadow Dweller, you ever frolic? You frolic lately? If you're in here, if you're still in here, and you're not a lurker, you doing any frolicking? When was the last time you frolicked? Too fat to frolic, unfortunately. Not with that fucking attitude. Think about this. If you frolicked more, you'd be able to do it more. Right? You gotta start somewhere. Everyone's gotta start somewhere. Right? Give it a shot. You're dwelling in the meadows. That's a meadow is the perfect place to frolic. It's where people literally, that's where you do it. In the meadow. Perhaps like a giant field as well with a bunch of wheat. Not sure I've ever frolicked. What am I missing out on? Just like whimsy and joy. No, not the Meadowlands. There's no whimsy in the Meadowlands right now. There's no whimsy in the Meadowlands. I'll do it for you. Keep me posted. I ask this every once in a while. When was the last time you skipped? Like genuinely you were skipping. And not like a Mr. Fruit Rip Dip skip. I'm talking skip. Like you're walking down the street and you're or like, you know, you're out somewhere running around, walking around. When was the last time you skipped? Maybe, when was the last time you hit maybe one of these? Right? Brim, you say don't come here. I'll go full screen. When was the last time you hit like one of these, right? Brim, watch out. A big stretch. Hey, Brim, over here. Over here. Okay. You hit one, when was the last time you hit one of those, huh? Wait. You ever been so fucking joyous in your life that you hit the fucking heel click in the midair? Huh? I'll do it when I'm working out. I don't care. I'll do it when I'm working out. A little pep in my step.
Hi Datto, curious to know what your favorite or top 3/4 movies are. Much love and good luck to everything in the future. Less than
That's
3.
the 1900s. Last also top 3 or 4 movies. I'm gonna put Oceans 11, 12, 13 all in like one basket. They're like my go-to movies on the airplane if I don't like want to watch anything else. Come on up. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get up here. Come on, Brim. Brim. Brimstone. Brim. Yeah, I see you wagging your tail. Get up here. Yep. Yep. Yes. Give me your big head. Give me your big head. Liar, liar.
Oceans. Liar Liar. Wayne's World. Ooh.
Wonderful.
I'd have to think about a number 4. But younger me would tell you Toy Story. Toy Story 1. Lately, I'd have to think about it. Ocean's 12, really? Without the laser dance? What is that movie? Look, I know Ocean's 12 is like the bottom 3, right? But there's I put them all in a bubble, in a cluster, right? Ace Ventura 2. I am a bit of a Carrie head. It's up there. It's up there for me. But those are the 3 that I could just tell you right off rip. Those are in my. If I had a letterboxed, then those would be up there. Cap'n, 28 months. Technic Wolf, 7 months. T. Jackstone, 54. Darth with the 93. Enter the Cumjin, 9 months. And Justin with 64. Thank you. Ocean's movies have a good amount of flashbacks, which you said you hated. They're not like 20 minutes long. That's the difference. When you have a TV show that's like 45 minutes and half of it is a flashback, that's what I'm talking about. Truman Show or Eternal Sunshine? Me personally, I might be Truman Show. I'm just a sucker for a heist movie, man. I'm just a sucker for a heist. Argent, thank you very much for 2 months. Thanks for coming back. Thank you very, very much.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Major Patriot 107.
Gonna hit 9 years for your last D2 stream. Almost poetic. Still sticking around after. Datto
Thank
Hunt.
you. Thank you, Major Patriot 107. I think the real-time stuff in Better Call Saul counts as a flashback, or does that get a pass? I have not watched Better Call Saul, so I abstain. Have I watched Logan Lucky? I have, but it's been forever. I'd be down for another watch. That's freaking Adam Driver, Daniel Craig movie from like over a decade ago now. When did it come out? 2014? Somewhere in that range. I'd be down to watch that again. Be down. When did it come out? If it's 2014, I'm actually gonna pog. Oh, it's 2017. Wow. Okay. Guys, 2014 was not 10 years ago. I don't know if you guys know this. I mean, the 90s were 15 years ago. Casey Brim. Being a flopper. I think he's just out of frame. Okay, full screen's my OBS and it's just still tiny. Okay, well, you have to fix that later. Why is it doing this? You're supposed to be full screen, man. God damn it. You can see the snoot. Look at his butt. Look at his butt. Look at this dumpy. He got a tuchus. He got a tuchus on him.
Okay.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Howdy. Happy to pop into a stream, but it may be one of the last for a little while. Just had my third kid on Monday, got a promotion at work, and am
Holy.
working towards a bachelor's degree. I just wanted to express how much your content has meant to me and my fire team throughout my entire adult life. As cheesy as it sounds, I have hope for the future. I wish for the absolute best for you, your fam, chat, and everyone else. Love you all.
Stasis, thank you very much. Congrats. Congrats. Good stuff. Good stuff. Why no Super Black Hunter? Because it's not original and I don't care, and I've seen it a zillion times and it's not clever. Okay. Let me grab this. Here? No. Oh my god. Okay. The OBS is being so annoying right now. I go to full screen it. Like, normally I have it as a super small window, right? I'm literally just going to take a picture of it. Okay. Here's what happens when I full screen OBS. Okay. This is my full screen OBS, bro. What do you mean? Literally, what do you mean? I'm trying to fix stuff when I make
Not
it full
gonna
screen,
lie,
and I can't.
Game truly feels over with you gone, but the ride was great while it lasted. GL in the future, Datteridge.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, thank you. No, I can't drag it down. It's just stuck. It is just stuck. Oh, okay. It just miraculously unglitched itself. Okay. Okay. Can I make this? Yeah, we'll make it one foot bigger. Brim, you can put your head in my lap as much as you want, but if you don't get in my lap, I can't help you. Okay. Brim, get in my lap. Brim, come here. He just went over to his bed. He went over to his bed. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the music just a click so I can hear myself think. Okay. I've had many requests for one more Elitist Datto Visio, so let's do it. Okay? This has probably been one of the #1 things that I have been asked since the end of Destiny. When is Elitist Datto coming back? When is he coming back? Today is the day Elitist Datto comes back. I wanted more reactions. I wanted more takes to react to. Okay? And we've done one of these before. And there are some takes that I remember from that previous video that are in here. So I will try to just like summarize really quickly any takes from the previous video that are here. #1 thing that I saw scrolling through a lot of these replies, which I think is probably like one of the most general elitist takes, but I do think it's more of an elitist take than it isn't, is that raid seals should still require a flawless raid in order to get the title. And I 100% agree with that. To me, it is not an elitist take. To the general community, I think it is still somewhat of an elitist take, but that 100% should be the case. I'm sad that they took it away, but absolutely it should still be a part of it. It's a good call. I'm going to hit the ad break right now, so that we can go in with a fresh. We can go in first and 10. Okay. So let's hit the ad break right now. As soon as it's done, we'll start the takes. Can Elitist Datto make an appearance in Deadlock? I don't think I will ever be good enough to be an elitist in Deadlock. Like, I think in order to be an elitist in most competitive PvP games, you gotta be top 1%. Minimum. Ideally, you're, like, in Deadlock's case, you're Eternus rank. And if you're anything less than Eternus 6, people are just not going to give you the credibility to have some of these elitist takes. So if I get to Eternus 6, then I feel like I can be an elitist. Anything short of that, maybe Elitist 5. Eternus 5, I could be an elitist. But until I'm Eternus, I cannot be an elitist in that game.
Wonderful day.
What rank am I now? I'm a Ascendant 4. Jacob 33, B-Mall with 18. Thank you very, very much. Have I sent Reb any career recommendations since she's going to be there for Warframe things? I don't think we've talked about it too much. But I also figure that she's probably going to be kind of busy with, like, all the shit that she's doing. Where are they going to be? Are they going to be in Seoul or are they going to be in Busan? Tell her to stop being a bitch because he got into an Eternus 3 lobby and doesn't want to play anymore. We will duo and we will tear up the streets of New York. She asked for recommendations. They're doing Tenno VIP in Seoul. Okay. Okay. I mean, there's like a fuck ton of things to do in Seoul. I'll ask Danielle. Danielle's going to know more than I would. All right, 30 seconds. Hey, Magenta, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Return to tradition, play World of Warcraft. If I return to World of Warcraft in a significant way as a streamer, things have potentially taken a turn for the worse. Okay, we're back from the ad break. Boost, I'm going to save... We'll do like a segment at the end where I take some chat takes in case that they're not in this video. Okay, let me just make sure this is not centered. Still a little bit more. That looks good. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to start at the top because I think like a lot of my peers and mutuals have commented some stuff at the top, and then I'm going to scroll because there's almost 1,000, right? So we're going to scroll and try to find some other takes that I have not seen, and we'll go from there. Reb says Titans #1, and as I say here, not an elitist take, it is just straight up true, and we're going to move on from that one pretty quickly. Mactic says Spire of Stars is a banger and wasn't full of bugs or bad raid. Everyone just sucked at it and chose to blame the game / their team rather than learn the raid. The door not arming sometimes bug was very real, but very easy to recover from. Beyond that, everything worked fine. Yeah, I mean, there was an issue with like throwing the bombs into the little doorway sometimes, but I agree that it was very easy to just grab another bomb and throw it into the door. Spire of Stars as a whole being a banger. I was a little bored of the opening. I was a little bored of the movement section after XYZ amount of times. But I think Valkor is one of the best raid bosses that the game has ever seen because you just had to do it. There was no way around doing all the things that you needed to do for that boss. You just needed to do the boss. And I think a lot of people hated that boss because it had a lot of things going on. And it was just hard. It was a hard encounter. It was a hard encounter at launch. So to me, this is not that much of an elitist take. I don't know if I would give Spire of Stars being a banger as a whole, but it does have one of the best final boss fights I think the franchise ever had. I didn't actually get weaseled. I just left because we got queued into a shitty strike, and I think that's okay. I don't like leaving my teammates behind. Personally. If I get a strike or something that I don't like, I make the best of it. But if I get queued into something and I got 2 randoms relying on me, I'm going to tough it out and get it done, because I don't want them to fall into some weird cycle of like, oh, well, this guy left, so now I'm going to leave because that guy left, and then there's only one person in there, and then that one person is like, okay, well, should I just leave? Someone else is starting to join now, so like, okay, I'll wait for them. And then you get stuck in this like rotation of people joining and then coming back in. But also, this is not like an elitist take or not. This is just an opinion. I don't think this has anything to do with like elitism. Right? So I don't know how much I could really like, not for this segment. Not for this segment. Controller stick, no skill. The last time I played Destiny on controller was the day before they released it on PC, and I literally have not played Destiny on a controller since, other than like D1 raids. So I don't think I can have I don't think I can have a fair opinion on this, because I really don't play on controller anymore, like any sort of competitive games whatsoever. But I know that there have been many complaints in the past across many other games about controller aim assist and magnetism and tracking and all that kind of stuff. But I would say this is probably like somewhat of an elitist take for sure. Definitely, at least of the things that we've seen so far, definitely one of the more elitist takes that we've seen. Okay, let's keep going. Destiny 2 is perfectly accessible. Anyone complaining about the new player experience needs to shut up and read the tutorials and quests the game gives you. It all makes sense as long as you have an attention span longer than your standard Fortnite lobby. Ooh. I wouldn't say perfectly accessible, but it is accessible to the people who do want to learn it. If you really want to learn a game, there are so many resources out there for you to consume to get yourself familiar with the game experience. Now, should there probably be more things in Destiny 2 to help facilitate that? Yeah. Do I think that they could, probably brush up on some parts of the new player experience? Yes, I do. But we literally did the new player experience with my friend Spencer a year and a half ago, and there's a decent amount of stuff that is explained. He just wasn't familiar with like first person shooters and blah blah blah. I know this just feeds back into the whole the average person is way stupider than you think, and the fact that game devs have to design around that. As someone who has had to make instructional content on YouTube for the past 12 years, it is crazy how specific and precise you need to be sometimes. With explaining things. I think having to do homework outside the game to understand how to start playing it or understand the story is not a good thing. That I totally understand. That I completely understand. Right? I do think that there should be more in the game.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
But like, as long as Destiny is not the first game that you've ever played, you should be able to like pick up on a fair amount of things and transfer that over to the main game, right? But as we saw with one of the tweets I mentioned earlier about that guy who was like, Destiny is the first video game I've ever played, and it's the only video game that I will ever play in my life forever. There might be a lot of people like that hopping onto the game that need a bit more babysitting. I'm going to keep things moving here. Bad players wanting everything handed to them was a massive detriment to the game. Just because you're bad doesn't mean you deserve everything. Can't go flawless to get X, skill issue, get good. I mean, we've seen this take like a bazillion times over the years, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. I agree. It's just not something a lot of Destiny people want to hear. But I agree. I mean, there's a clip. I literally found like a clip of me talking about some people complaining that like new players didn't really have access to some of the most end game pieces of content. Like day one rating, for example. And I was basically like, they don't deserve access to those things. They just started playing. Not everything should be accessible immediately off the rip. So this should not be an elitist take. It shouldn't be. This one from an hour ago. Most of Destiny's grindy systems were fine, but too many players obsessed over having hyper masterwork 10 out of 10 rolls in every slot and treat everything 8 out of 10 like it's useless and complain until what they want is turned into a login reward. This is part of why I think, or let me think of how to phrase this. Let's look at like leveling in Edge of Fate. I think Bungie swung way too hard in the opposite direction when people were starting to complain about the gear grind and how it was working. And Bungie became, I think, too generous with the kind of rewards that people were giving out. But I do think there are a lot of people that absolutely obsess far too much over things that probably don't matter that much, right? Like, how often have I said, as long as your gun has good perk rolls, you're fine.
Thanks for all you've done with Datto Does Destiny. All the love, and I look forward to more variety and deadlock in the future.
Thank you, Vangs. Thank you for the tier 3. Big tier 3. Big tier 3. Thank you. How many times have I said, like, as long as your gun has decent main perks, you're fine. And, like, a lot of those other smaller stats just don't matter as much as people think. So I do think people get too caught up in the, like, the FOMO stuff is IMO a bit exaggerated. It's a little exaggerated. I think people obsess far too much about needing to have the most perfectly optimized thing possible when the majority of people are, like, hanging out in the strike playlist, right? Or, like, arena ops or something like that. So some people maybe don't want to hear this. But I agree to an extent. People who never played Destiny during the game's actual lifespan and service, when we were getting new expansions and seasonal content, will never truly understand how great Destiny was.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
I don't know if this is like an elitist take.
Hi, long
It's just-
time
it's-
no
it's
see,
nostalgia.
Elitist Datto.
It's nostalgia. I would say not elitist. Not elitist. Yeah, we definitely had some like prime times during the game. Yeah, it's just a sentence. Not an elitist take. Not an elitist take. We had some good times. We had some good times. Destiny went downhill because the casual player base is so anti-skill. I'm not sure exactly how much this affected PvE, but their refusal to learn the game is why PvP went to shit, why there's no real endgame PvP content, why we never got another Not Forgotten, why blah, 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 blah. I will absolutely give you that the casual player base is anti-skill. There's so much, like, historically, this has been a game that, like, people have begged and begged to be made easier and easier. I don't know how much I'm, like, going into, like, the PvP aspects. I don't feel qualified to necessarily talk about that. But I do know that I was playing a ton of Destiny PvP in the first half of my career compared to the second half. Destiny went downhill because the casual player base is so anti-skill. There have been a lot of pieces of community feedback that have skewed in the direction of, like, please make things easier and easier and easier and easier. And the game has historically gotten easier and easier and easier over the years. Do I think it's the reason it went downhill? Probably not. I think there's other reasons that it went downhill, but it maybe contributed a small amount. So yeah, I think, yeah, because, like, I know, again, like, look at like Renegade's gearing. Like, everyone treats tier 5 like the new normal, right? Like, we never really got that true progression of, like, tier 1 through tier 5 in the way that I imagine Bungie wanted people to experience it. And then they just started giving out tier 5 gear like it was nothing, because people complained. Now, granted, some of those complaints were justified based on early Edge of Fate stuff, but the game has only gotten easier and easier as time has gone on. And there are still plenty of people out there who think the game is still very hard. But I don't think it's necessarily the reason the game went downhill. We'll be creating another channel for Datto Does Deadlock. Not only will I already have. Here's one just for me. Okay. 48-hour contest raids should not have become a thing. However, the moment they did, it should have been retroactive for older raids, and therefore you would be also granted the Wish Ascended emblem from Last Wish. Ooh. 48-hour contest raids should not become a thing. That, I would say that is absolutely an elitist take. That being said, disagree 100% on the second part. The game was tuned in a way in the past that the way that it needed to be tuned, right? I think this would have set a bad precedent. Like I've already had this discussion about like, you know, should we have gotten the emblem? Should I have asked for the emblem? Us being 2 minutes over, and I was literally asked like, do you guys really want this emblem? And I was like, no. That would set a horrible precedent going forward. Wouldn't that mean only one team would have the SE emblem at all? So be it. So be it. The reason that 48-hour contest raids became a thing was to just give people a little more access to be able to participate. Not everything is necessarily about the race itself, but rather the ability to participate in this event. Because it's only, you know, it's only around for a couple of days, right? Part of it, yes, was like stability issues. But I think also part of it is that they wanted to keep some level of access for people to be able to participate in this big event. Yes, VOW had like a lot of bugged stuff in it, and that absolutely contributed. But I'm conflicted because like 24 hours to get the emblem like is a really tough thing to stick to. But 48 hours lets people experience one of the most hype times of the year for Destiny. So I'm kind of conflicted between the two. Okay. I think I'm going to start skipping around now. Although we got Forcer here. This should be at least take okay, yeah, this is one of the ones. I've seen this one like over a dozen times in this list. Flawless should not have ever been removed from getting the raid titles. 100%. Yes. And then once you have the raid title, you should just automatically be granted the raid exotic. I don't think necessarily as much of an elitist take anymore. I think it used to be elitist, but nowadays I think people are like, yeah, you should need Flawless. You should. Let's see. Let's look for like ones with like a bunch of likes here. The primary reason for Destiny dying is the neglect of the PvP playlist. Oh man, I'm so torn on this. I don't agree. I don't agree. And also not elitist. Not an elitist take. I just don't agree. I think it maybe partially contributed. Again, compare when I put up the Giga highlights video, compare the first half of the highlights to the second half in terms of how much PvP I do in the first half versus the second half. I don't disagree that PvP was a bit neglected compared to PvE, but a lot more people played PvE, and it's easier to monetize PvE than it is PvP, right? But I think there are far more reasons above neglect of PvP for reasons that Destiny died out. Brim, are you gonna keep whining at me, or are you gonna sit in my lap finally? Truly don't understand how many players in other games were just regular D2 PvP players who got left behind in shit metas. I guess I don't, because it's not really the side of the game that I participated with the most in the second half. of my career. But also, I've been telling so many D2 PvPers that your skill is being wasted in this game, and that if you are a content creator, you should find a different game at some point. Your skill is just being wasted. Your skill is being wasted on this game, and you should find a game that way more people are going to care about. Yeah, there's a ton of Deadlock people swinging over to D2. I've been trying to recruit Destiny 2 people to play Deadlock. I told Walla, check out Deadlock. He put in like 60 hours in less than a week. He just became obsessed. Let's see here. Brim, get in my lap. Brim's up. Come here. Get in my lap. I don't know why you refuse. Fake stretch. He just walks away. You just walk away. Brim's up. Come here. Yes. Yes. Come on. Come up here. Why are you like this? You have such a big head. Brim, come on. I don't want to listen to whine anymore. Brim.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Lost Twitch Prime for months inexplicably, but we back, baby. Also, your
Thank you so
retirement
much.
date just so happens to be my birthday, so all good, but now it's ruined, lol. In all seriousness, glad you've made a decision and roll on Deadlock.
Thank you, gamer.
I crush your head. Come on, Brim. Come on. Come on up.
Come on. Brim. Yes.
Come here.
Okay. Let's see. Ooh, controversial here. Loadout swapping is and was always a terrible mechanic that incentivized leaning on macros instead of building the best possible loadout for an encounter, and effectively locked off the best DPS strats to only those who could afford a gigafuck NASA computer. Okay, I think the last part's a little exaggerated. I've said my piece on loadout swapping. I personally hate it. But I understand that it is somewhat of an expression of skill in terms of preparation and being able to
Wonderful
execute
day, Guardian.
strategies based on the ability to swap all the things around. I am more old school, where you didn't loadout swap, you just had one loadout that you wanted to make work for as long as humanly possible, because I do think there is a skill element to that as well. So I think it's tough to call elitist, because I think there are merits to both sides. I don't like it. Fortunately, the only spot that you really needed to use it was like 2 raids, maybe 3 raids. But the problem, again, is Bungie having to design around this, right? And then not really having a stance on it. Right? Because if they don't build around swapping, then they have to make encounters assuming that you're going to loadout swap, and then anyone who doesn't loadout swap is going to get effed. But anyone who, if they make them not based on loadout swapping, then anyone who is loadout swapping is going to just crush it. And a lot of the time, the content that you would be using loadout swaps in is content that you would think Bungie would want to be designed in a way that challenges the absolute pinnacle of players in the game. Hyunryu, I think it became a bit more prominent when loadouts showed up, and you can just literally hit a button and everything swapped. I know loadout swaps existed before that, but it was just made significantly easier. Let's see. Let's see. Going free to play was the worst thing to happen to the game. It atrophied the core playlist in favor of disposable seasonal content, more hamster wheel design than the game ever was before. Not sure if Elitist... I don't know. Not an Elitist take. I think people have misunderstood Elitist. Yes, the game is technically free to play, but are you really like more like paying like $8 a month subscription to actually participate with the game? Up until recently, yeah. It is free to try. Exactly. It's free to try. I don't think necessarily free to play is...
Wonderful day, Guardian.
I don't... Yeah, this is like a hot take, not an elitist take. Not elitist. Not elitist. Not elitist. Okay, we've done a casual gamer one. Speedrunning and low-man content is the ideal way to experience raids for the pure skill expression and artificial difficulty that it offers. If you're into it. I guess. I mean, definitely more of an elitist take, just because speedrunning and low-man content is, like, the absolute minority of players. I would agree in that, like, there doesn't feel like that many super challenging things to do in the game. Like, I like GM Vanguard Alert a lot because it provides enough resistance for me where I gotta at least pay attention and try and use my build to the fullest extent, but maybe not so much that, like, you're getting annihilated every time. That to me is, like, one of the most perfect balances that the game has in terms of difficulty to enjoyment for what I enjoy about the game. But this is, like, you're talking about, like, fractions of a percent of people who are participating with any kind of this, anything here. It's crazy to me that you can just remove modifiers on the GM alert. Yeah, it's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. The removal of PvP pinnacle weapons to chase wasn't the fault of the people who complain about never getting them. It's the fault of those who decided to cheat their way to them. A player who's bad and complains is better for the health of the game long term. The fault of those who cheated their way to get them. I think this is a much smaller percentage. Also, like, not that much of not that much of an elitist take. I think there are far fewer people that, like, cheated their way to these PvP pinnacle weapons than people anticipate. But I mean, we've had this problem over many parts of the game where, like, things that the casual player wanted were out of reach because they weren't good enough to get it, and then Bungie kept slowly lowering the bar over and over. But not, I don't think that much of maybe a slight elitism. Thought the problem was the weapons were so overpowered. I mean, like, nothing came close to the Recluse. Let me put it this way. I think Recluse is still my top kills primary weapon all time. I haven't touched it in literal years. Where's mine? 62,548 kills. I have yet to eclipse it. Zali's Bane is getting close with 60,000. And I've been using that thing for a long time. Recluse was just a busted weapon. It was absolutely busted. Perhaps too busted compared to literally everything else.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
It was insane. Like, if you were not around for that era, bro, the Recluse, old Recluse was, like, just insanely busted. Insanely busted. Is this just more fun Datto slop tubing? Pretty much, yeah. Okay. With the final update to the game, I wish that they brought the ability to do any raid on contest difficulty. I never had that full chance at a contest clear. Now the game is at end of service. We no longer be able to get one. Not that much of an elitist take. I think everyone would, like, agree somewhat. I think also part of it, though, part of contest is that, like, you're not going to be able to perfectly replicate the conditions that we were in at the time of contest difficulty or like day one launch, right? Like Last Wish, for example. They could come out with a contest difficulty Last Wish. It's not going to match what Last Wish was like back then. Because we were playing a different game back then, right? It was just a different world. So unless you had the ability to like revert the game back to that kind of state, you're never going to have a true contest experience, right? Maybe some of the newest stuff, sure. I wish they updated all of the raids to be like equal, like combat wise, like update health pools and update enemy output, enemy damage output and stuff like that to like make them not just like completely trounce them. But like you're never gonna be able, no one's gonna be able to experience Last Wish contest, or like Last Wish technically wasn't contest, but like day one Last Wish. You're never gonna be able to do that because it's just it's a completely different world. It's a completely different world now. So yeah, not that crazy of a take. Weapon damage perks ruined the sandboxes for PvE and PvP. I think what this is a crazy, I don't know if this is Elitist take, this is a wild take. What I think Tom here is trying to say is that by introducing weapon damage perks, they kind of take priority over pretty much everything else. Because like, why would you not take a weapon damage perk if it's gonna just boost your damage? I think they were maybe hoping for a world where like you could truly specialize your weapons in a way that you wanted to, that didn't make it feel like, oh well, I have to take the damage perk because it's just like the best thing. I'm trying to give like benefit of the doubt here. I think that's all I got. You know, they've existed the entire time. I know. It's not like we've gone from like we never have damage perks to they just introduced them and now you just take them all the time. But I think they just wanted maybe more things that didn't feel so mandatory. That's it. D1 old head take. Yeah. Epic Korgos is one of the best fights in franchise history. People just suck at it. Not an Elitist take. It is literally one of the best fights in franchise history. Unfortunately, you can kind of steamroll it now. I think this fight would be significantly more awesome if you actually had to do every phase, even though it could be like a little long. But the fact that you can like skip a bunch of phases on this one really, I think, takes away from the glory that is Epic Korgos. This fight is crazy. This fight's crazy. Let's see. Let's keep scrolling. Dual Destiny complainers had to be the worst players of all time. If you somehow couldn't do one of the best exotic missions with strike level mechanics to unlock the most game-changing exotic, then you were a lost cause to begin with. Fireteam Finder was right there. Cold take. Cold take. People complained about Dual Destiny requiring to play with one other person. Bro, if you've been playing this game for this long by yourself, I feel bad for you. I feel bad for you. And I know some people are like very antisocial, but bro, you're playing essentially an MMO completely 100% solo. Come on, man. Come on. You gotta be able to find a couple people, man. A couple people. I did dual Destiny carries out of rage. Kinda. Let's see. Weekly time gates and lockouts cause burnout faster than having everything at release. I think we've seen both sides of what the time gates and the lockouts did versus didn't do. I think, I don't know if Elitist. I don't know if, I think this is much more subjective. I think this is subjective. Because like at least with the weekly stuff, every time that you logged in, at least there was something new to check out. Whereas like, you know, being able to launch everything at once, it just depends on how invested you are in the franchise. Right? If you're the kind of person who enjoys like binging a bunch of stuff and then putting it aside for a little while, you probably wanted everything at launch. if this was your game, I could see you wanting weekly things to pop into every now and then. Right? So this is not elitist, and I think far more subjective. Like, there is no right answer here. Let's see. Let's see. End of service experiment. While streaming fun is the easiest sandbox we've ever been in when talking PvE content, even a generally good build is enough to declare not a hot take, or not an elitist take at all. Just true. Just true. This is always how it's going to be ended. Live service games aren't designed to end, but I don't see another way this would have ended other than a higher power pull in the plug. I just didn't think it would happen this soon or sudden. Not elitist. Not elitist at all. I need elitist takes, man. I'm gonna dig for elitists. This is just a crazy hot take. Putting the game on PC was a mistake. Opening it up to cheaters and other intended bugs that consoles wouldn't have exposed. I mean, maybe to an extent, like, it's harder to cheat on console than it is PC, but I think putting the game on PC being a mistake is quite a take. Destiny was never a PvP game, it was a PvE game with a PvP mode. I mean, it was definitely more PvE than PvP. I'm not sure, not that elitist. Have Datto Ranger bad take. Yeah, I want like elitist takes, bro. I want elitist takes. The loudest people against loadout swapping always seem to have the shallowest understanding of the game, that yet they were the majority of the people complaining about the game being too hard. Again, the loadout swap stuff, there's only like 4 places where you need to loadout swap. There's like 4 spots. Isn't it true that people with the least understanding will think the game is the hardest? Yeah, because they just don't understand the game. It's not the skill expression that shills think it is. I'm not going to get back into it, but I mean, there's a lot of exaggeration that happens. I'd argue there's 0 spots that you need to use the loadout swaps for. It's, right now, I would agree. I think maybe the only place that you would do it is 5 feet rating. That's it. And even there, I don't think you necessarily need to do it. The casuals are not doing content where a loadout swap is needed, right? You don't need it for 5 feet. I think the people running 5 feet, though, would just do it anyway because they like that expression of like skill in terms of, you know, being able to swap and like top damage meters and this and that, right? So people in that content would do it because they like to do it. Update is real. Okay, well, we'll take a look after we're done digging through here. Learn LFG should watch a detailed raid video teaching mechanics before looking for a team. It's the bare minimum. Not elitist. Not elitist. True, not elitist. Last Wish contest with the current skill level of players would have hundreds, maybe thousands of clears. It's tough. It's tough to answer this because Last Wish did not have contest mode. Last Wish just had a very, very high level scaling set of bosses. Right? So the main reason why a lot of people did not clear Last Wish was because there was only so many people that were able to grind the amount of gear needed to even have a chance to kill some of these enemies. Hundreds, I would say hundreds of clears. Clear Vault blind, do it, figure it out. Vault, compared to something like Verity, is like a puzzle with like 6 pieces.
I think Vault would eventually have been cracked with far more people pounding their head against it. And yeah, you can also brute force it much, much easier than something like Verity. So I agree. Especially with how competitive things are now. I think I would agree. How elitist is this, though? How elitist is it? I don't think super elitist, but it is at least a take that I have not seen before. Let's see. Yeah, not that elitist. Weapon sunsetting actually refreshed the sandbox and made loot interesting. Note deleting the content associated with said loot is not good. That sucks, though. Man, we had so many conversations about weapon sunsetting. Not elitist, but definitely a bit more of a hot take. Surprised you haven't seen people talk about that take before. People talk about power scaling of contest player skill in endgame circles fairly often. Can you elaborate? I haven't really been in the loop as much, Aegis, as you are over the past, like, 2-3 years. Like, how good players are now versus back then. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, people are insane nowadays. Like, I am one of few people who have been around for every single raid race, right? The skill expression that people are able to do in the game right now is so far ahead of what we were capable of in the past. Part of that is just like access to tools and like access to certain gear and certain tech. But part of it was just like in the past, there was only so many things you could do, right? There's only so much gear you could grind. Weapons were only so good. Subclasses were only so good. Build crafting was only so good, right? So there were just like a limited amount of things that you could do. So back then, you couldn't really express as much skill as you could now because you just couldn't do as many things as you can do now. And people naturally wanted to, or were naturally going to get better over time. So yeah, like I think about, you know, how good I was at the game, you know, during like Last Wish time or something like that. And like, I've gotten better as a player, but the community as a whole, like it's never been more difficult to like get top 10 in World First raid race, right? It's like, it's so insanely competitive nowadays, which is cool. But I think you also like, unless you're really at the top, like some of those rivalries, like math class versus friggin' Redeem, math class versus whoever's like flavor of the day, like some of those rivalries are just not as pronounced anymore because there are so many teams that are just so competitive. Whereas in the past there was like, these are the 5 groups that everybody's looking at, and now it's like, these are the 900 groups that everybody's looking at. So I think that also kind of got lost as like players got better and better and better. But it's absolutely true that like, you know, again, Bungie like had loadout swapping in mind for Desert Perpetual. I don't think something like that would have happened a few years ago. My eyeballs itch. Let's keep going. Let's see. 2 for 25, not elitist. Love team, my dad is Bungie, but they got power crept out of contest. You're only going to be able to participate with contest mode. I mean, Bungie definitely made it so like contest mode for the people who were on the game. They were on the game. You cannot, like, unfortunately, you can't really be casual, like super casual,
and be able to swing into contest mode, at least as of recently. Now, that in and of itself is a discussion that we've had in the past as well, which is like, should contest be for like the Giga Sweats only and everyone else get fucked? Should contest mode be a community-wide celebration of a new raid and everyone should have like a decent chance to make it a decent way into the raid versus like hitting the first boss, seeing it crush your nuts and being like, oh, we have literally no chance. Subjective. Current sandbox has more hot swaps. 95% of players have terrible fashion. 12 years in the game, most players use the same handful of ornaments everyone uses, put the same shader on all 5 pieces, call it a day. I think we could stand to be a little more creative. Agree. So, I mean, some people just don't care, though. Good take, but some people don't have as much access to armor pieces, perhaps. Some people just also don't care. Look at every speedrunner ever. Okay? Look at every speedrunner. I'm sorry, speedrunners, low man gamers, your fashion is ass. It's ass, bro. Make your loadouts and then fix your fucking armor. Your fashion is doo-doo. Give me your head, Grim. You got a big head. There's an elitist take for you. Yeah, a lot of these are just like get good, which like we've done before. We've done these takes before. Can you call out Fallout again? No, Fallout's had enough. The window to get a contest finish have closed 24 hours after the first team cleared. Interesting way of maybe doing a contest mode. It's just, unfortunately, this would have just resulted in also 48-hour raid races based on the last 2 raids. But it could have been interesting. Like, first team clears, like, oh shit, now we gotta move. I don't hate it. Let's see. People blame crafting for being the reason the endgame raiding experience lost the grind factor. Used to have the real reason this happened was because raid perks being obtainable on non-raid guns. Behold, the whiniest dog of all time. He just would not get in my lap. Just did not want in my lap. Yeah. But don't kick me. Good.
How's it going?
Why every gun gotta have chaos reshaped? This is here's the thing. This is a little more recent phenomenon, right? Generally, what happens in a game is like the new hotness is in the most difficult pieces of content, and then slowly over time you distribute it to like the general weapon pool.
Hi, dog.
But like chaos reshaped, for example, starting to appear on non-raid guns. That is a very recent phenomenon. I don't know why that's a problem. It makes sense. It does make sense, but it also reduces the reason to like go back and play some of the raids in order to get those more exclusive perks, right? But the problem is if you make them too exclusive and then too good, then people complain like, oh, I don't have the ability to run the raid to get the super good gun. Well, it's like, well, the super good gun should drop from the raid because it's the hardest content in the game, so you need to get good. So slightly more recent phenomenon. Somewhat elitist. I would give you somewhat elitist. Somewhat. No, I know she's being.
Not see her. No, I'm invisible.
I know what she's doing. They put chaos reshaped on 32 guns this patch. I'm so serious. Yeah, I know, because here's why. Because they knew no one was gonna go in to Salvation's Edge ever again, and they're just like, well, the only way people are gonna experience this is if we put it on a bunch of different guns, so they can at least experience it, right? They're just not gonna. I think they kind of. It was like look in the mirror time for them. They're like, bro, no one's gonna run Salvations. Just no one's gonna do it. It's like we either put it on guns so that people can use it, or just like that no one's ever gonna see it. No tickle. So, did you wash your hands? You're touching the nasty ass mat.
No, I'm not, because my hands are in gloves, so I'm touching my nasty ass gloves. But at least it's my nasty.
I'm going to wash my face.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that one was on me. That was on me. Sorry. I was wearing my wraps, my sweaty wraps, and my sweaty boxing gloves, so that one was on me. That's my bad. No, I didn't have mat hands. I had glove hands. Punch. That's my elitist take contribution. Stuff. Get good. Angry 'cause bad.
Yo, nasty ass.
I'm sorry, that is my bad. I meant to wash my hands. I meant to use the restroom. So I was just like, I just want to get home. Sorry.
Professor Birch is fucking Professor Elm. Professor Rowan is jorking it. Professor Elm got a fat hog. Professor Elm is getting fucked by Professor Birch. Professor Oak is bad with it. Professor Juniper has corporate mommy energy.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
What's up with T1? Is the struggles for the world script, or is there concern? I don't know if it's script, but it's definitely a pattern. I'm not worried.
Where were we? The perks. Yeah. I mean, I do think part of why endgame rating lost the grind was because they introduced patterns. As soon as you have all the patterns, you just didn't need to run them anymore, right? I would still be doing weekly raids trying to get the guns that I want. I mean, like, I would hope by now that I would have most of them.
It's your partner anniversary?
Yeah.
Whoa, how many years?
12.
Whoa. Okay, Buck.
So I think, and I mean, like, I had the take earlier that crafting should have been more of a supplementary thing as opposed to like the main way to interact with getting guns. That I feel like is still somewhat of a hot take for a lot of people. But like, I mean, you go look at my raid clears, right? It just like I'm just like up here, crafting introduced.
Yeah.
Sometimes RNG is so god awful you play forever and not get something decent. Never mind a god roll. I mean, it created a more consistent experience. I will say that. It created a much more consistent experience. It's insane that they thought raids needed crafting and seasonal stuff didn't. So many raid groups lived and died on the weekly. Let's get on. Want to get a better Fatebringer. Absolutely bonehead decision I'll never understand. See, that, for a lot of people, is going to be an elitist take. And I'm absolutely in agreement a bit more that I'm not. Just for the sake of, like, getting the boys together for Tuesday raids, you know? Look at me, man. I went back to Salvation's Edge 1 year later after running it for the last time. And I was like, bro, I don't even remember what to do with some of the stuff. Someone just gifted 100 subs, and now I am uncomfortable. We gonna do this again, huh? We really gonna do this again? We really gonna do this again? It's the 4th time today that someone gifted 100 subs. You're berserk. You're crazy. You are crazy. Agus, if you're still actually, I want, because we've just been getting a lot of like not elitist takes in here. What do you have any elitist takes that you want to share? Now, granted, I know that you come from like 3 clicks above where I am. Right? You're like, it's super giga tier, and you're at an end game that I never even got to in my career. Right? Well, I guess technically I was there. It's just like the ceiling was not as high, right? Like if the ceiling was here, I was right here, but that was like 6 years ago, and now the ceiling's up here, and like you're here. So we both been at the ceiling. We just had different ceilings. But if you have a take that you want to share, that's like an actual elitist take, feel free to hit me, and also tag me so that I see it. Fafnir, 100 gifted. 100 gifted. Very nice of you. Beyond generous of you. Beyond generous. Yeah, we'll get some chat elitist takes in I want to keep scrolling this. We'll do some chat elitist takes, but I just, in case Agus got some like work to do, I just want to grab a take from him if he's got one. And then we'll pivot over to some chat takes. I want some. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I want some takes. I want elitist takes. I want some elitist ones. Also, thank you everyone who's been subbing. I've just been trying to not like interrupt every single question with like reading subs. I will rotate over to a batch of thanking subs momentarily. This is a hot take here. Being mad at players that go fast in public playlist strikes is undoubtedly and completely rooted in insecurity, and the only people who ever get this tilted over it are Giga Blueberries who never did more than equip a Firefly Mega Neura gun and click heads for hours. Personally disagree. I just don't want to like optimize every single moment of gameplay that I'm doing for speed. Bro, I'm in the playlist to like chill. Why are we like speed running, tryharding strikes? Can we just like chill out, man? You don't need to speed run it. You don't need to speed run it, man. If you got the Eager Edge on in the Vanguard Ops playlist, bro, chill out. Or find a group that also wants to do it. Chill out. Okay? Relax. Okay? It's the inverted spire. Okay? Relax. Relax a little bit. Maybe that's an elitist take. Ghost of the Deep is an amazing dungeon. You just hate slowing down and looking at the scenery, mainly referring to 1-2 traversal. Me personally, agree. I think Ghost of the Deep is an awesome dungeon. People just get really, really bent out of shape about a bunch of the traversal. There, this is where you Eager Edge everything. Go with your crazy Eager Edge. But I think Ghost of the Deep gets a way worse rap than it really should, because I think that dungeon is actually awesome. I think it's actually awesome. It's just maybe a smidge too long in the traversal. A smidge. But overall, I think it's an awesome dungeon. Yeah, more flawless raid stuff, blah, 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 blah. Have I done my slop tube final raid dungeon tier list yet? The reason I'm not going to do one is because I did one with Final Shape, and we haven't had that much more stuff added to the list. And my opinion on the previous list, like, none of that's changed. None of it's changed. So I'm just kind of leaving it as. If anything, I would do like an update. I'd be like, here's the rest of it, or something like that. Hey, thanks, Remedy. Thinking of the views. There's slop, and then there's like Giga Slop. And that's Giga Slop. 9% of the community doesn't actually know how to play D2, but they know how to shoot a gun. You can get through most content by just shooting a gun. When it comes down to actual encountering game mechanics, you can tell a lot of people are lost. I hope this makes sense. To some, this might be an elitist take. To me, this is not an elitist take at all. A lot of people just don't know how to follow instruction. Because, I just really don't think raid mechanics are that complex. Maybe outside of like I can understand people struggling with Desert Perpetual just because it's a pretty considerable click up from most things that we have had in the past, especially Epic. So otherwise, there's a lot of people who are just lost. I know you've heard
this a bunch, but I see you as the beating heart of Destiny, the guy who bet it all on Destiny in 2014. Destiny ends not when Bungie stops. It ends when you stop.
Real Darksteel, it's very generous of you and very kind of you to say, and is also the reason that I second guessed why I would ever quit playing the game. Because a lot of people have that opinion of me and my relationship with Destiny, and that stuck with me a lot, truthfully. I think a lot of people connected me with like the health of the game. And like there were a lot of people who were like, "Oh shit, he's actually quitting. It's actually so over." And that weighed on me probably more than it should have. That weighed on me probably more than it should have. It did stress me out a little bit. It did stress me out. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much, gamer. Let's see. While maybe frustrating, Master, Right of the Nine should have stayed, and this season's Ultimate Conquest are kind of difficult content. I assume difficult content. Destiny needed to help retain top-end players. It's okay that there's content too hard. For 95% of players, it's supposed to be aspirational. Not an elitist take whatsoever. It's just we got very, very early on in the game's life, we got into this state of like, I bought access to Destiny, therefore I should be able to access everything in the game. And people latched onto that sentiment very aggressively, which I do think is part of why we had a pretty significant reduction in like challenging content in the game. But not an elitist take. Not an elitist take. When Ultimate Conquest? Maybe next week. Another Destiny should say console only. The Witness was not a good final boss, and nothing will ever be better than the lore and ambiance of the Hive. No objective facts / reasoning can be provided that any enemy race is more intriguing than the Hive. I'll go one step further and say the Hive are Bungie's best villain. I mean, all this, I would agree that like Hive, you know, all their relationships and all the enemies introduced by the Hive are like awesome, but I don't think elitist. Yeah, not elitist. Not elitist take. Not elitist take. They just had like a lot of good characters and like they got the most development in the game. So that's why people like them. Not elitist. If you haven't done a single low man or speed run attempt, you can't say you're a good raider. Elitist take. But disagree. What constitutes a good raider? What constitutes a good raider? Right? Depends on your level of good. If I'm running with the boys and we're doing a 3 feet raid and we're having a good time, going through it, we don't wipe. Everyone in that group is a good raider. Right? Everyone in that group is good. How good are we talking? How good are we talking? Because the overwhelming majority of people that I play with, I would consider good raiders because we can get into a raid and most people know what to do, and we wipe maybe once on a fight because we're just like discombobulated or something. Most people that I play with are good. So how good are we talking? Okay, here's Aegis. Even though a lot of casuals perceive the 1% as being this inaccessible tier players, a huge majority of the endgame scene still bears vestiges of the casual mindset, just following instructions guides. There's an even further 0.0001% of players that truly and completely understand the game in every respect, and the mystique created by the casual around the normal 1% of players stops from progressing further as they feel like they're already at the end of the road. You get as much out of this game as you are willing to put into it. I do think there are a lot of people who over-exaggerate, like, how much you need to do to be a true top-tier player. As long as you're able to, like, understand instruction, you, too, can be one of the best players in the game. If you are willing to commit some things to memory, you, too, can be one of the best players in the game. Right? For like, the overwhelming majority of content in the game. Right? I remember, oh wait. Okay. I remember, I uploaded a TikTok a little while ago, and the gameplay in the background was just like us running a GM Nightfall, just absolutely stomping through it, no freaking problem, right? And I don't remember what the context of the audio was, but there were a bunch of comments that were like, how are you doing this? But you were literally just strolling through a GM Nightfall like it's fucking nothing. How do you do that, man? And I'm like, dude, all I do is I memorize stuff. When you do something enough times, you know when everything is going to happen. And when you know when things are going to happen in a certain piece of content, it's very easy to just be like, okay, this enemy's showing up at this time. And then this enemy is going to show up after that enemy. And then, when we go into this next room, there's a couple over here, and there's a couple over here. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. That's all it takes. And then you just push the buttons in the right order. Right? That is all it takes, is just a little bit of memorization and just being able to follow some level of instruction. But people just don't want to do that. Right? I'll equate it even more. I was playing a bunch of DDR with Sweat and CB Gray over the weekend. Playing a bunch of DDR. And they're getting good. They're getting pretty good. Right? They hung out with me. I think I'm a pretty good DDR player. I would equate it to this particular analogy. It felt like a lot of times the arrows are coming up the screen, and then you have the bar here, and then you have to push the button as the arrow lines up with the bar up top. And watching their gameplay, it felt like they were reacting to the arrows as they were appearing at the bar up here, right? They were looking up here. And this is fine when the notes are slow and you can react quickly. But as soon as you start to get more and more advanced, you need to be looking further down the line to be able to manipulate your body in a way that you can follow the pattern of arrows that are about to pop up. So I would equate Destiny with, like, the people who are lesser skilled at the game, they are reacting as the arrows are appearing at the top of the screen, and they need to be like, oh crap, I gotta hit that button. Whereas the people like myself who can just stomp through, old GM Nightfalls like they were nothing, I'm looking at the arrows down here and being proactive because I know what's about to happen down here in anticipation of them coming up here. So I'm able to manipulate my body in a way to prepare for the stuff down here as they come up here. And people putting their feet in the center of the dance pad, yes, but they weren't doing that. Some people genuinely struggle to hit their shots and keep track of many things on the screen and stuff like that. I understand. With practice comes perfect. Right?
Wonderful day, Guardian.
And some people are just naturally going to hit a cap with how good they can be. But as long as you're willing to like put in a little bit of effort of like memorizing some stuff, because when you run a thing enough times, you can memorize entire pieces of content, right? You can memorize entire strikes. I can tell you the spawn timings of most enemies in most pieces of content. I can tell you where they're going to show up, when they're going to show up, in the order that they will show up. Now, granted, I have like a bazillion hours on the game, so that's just going to come with time. And if you're a bit more casual, it's a lot harder to do that. But like that's it, man. I'm not like that great of a video game player. I'm pretty good. I'm not that good of a video game player. But like I just have a good memory. Let's have a good memory. My Steam hours in D2, I think I'm getting close to 7,000 hours. If not, I've surpassed it. Sorry, we have a lot of paragraphs coming in. So I'm trying to get to them. Aegis, one more thing, not an uncommon take, but I think a lot of the anti-skill sentiment that comes from casuals is disingenuously masked as game balancing feedback when it's really an avenue for venting frustration that is caused by the insecurity / lack of time. But I will say that at least do not help the cause with how much they often treat casuals with disdain. Yeah, I can absolutely see that. I mean, it has occasionally gone in reverse as well with casuals, you know, talking mad shit about elitists being unemployed, jobless giga nerds who just sit in their basement all day. But, I mean, elitists treat casuals in an equally bad way. But then there's also just some people that are just mad because bad.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Aegis with 2, not at all elitist take. They're just smart takes. They're just smart, nuanced takes. But like to me, I don't consider them that elitist. Hot take: Garden of Salvation is by far the most annoying, boring, and bland raid there is. I don't understand why people enjoy doing it. Ron clears it. Everyone hates Ron because it's easy, but I feel like Ron was more challenging than Garden. I don't disagree, except I really like Sanctified Mind in Garden. I don't even know how to make elitist takes because it kind of feels like they've all been done at this point. I don't... Dimitri, dare I say Garden of Salvation being annoying, boring, and bland is not that hot of a take, personally. Me, that would not be a hot take. Now, if you said Sanctified Mind sucked, I'd be like, brother, that's a fun fight. The problem is getting there. The problem's getting there. All right, let's see if we got any more, and then we'll take some more chat ones. My hot take is Destiny shutting down is what half the Destiny community reserves or deserves. So that's the 1,000 plus clear Goss farmers. Someone should check on them. Preferably mental health professionals. Having the Dredge and Reckoner title indicates your patience to play Gambit, never actually indicates any ability to play Gambit. I mean, that's a lot of titles. Outside of raid titles, most titles are just like, did you do all the things on the checklist? You did. Yippee. Here you go. There are very few titles that are skill executed versus just checklists executed. That's absolutely one of them. I mean, Dredgen is like one of the easiest titles to get in the game as well. They're just, yeah, they're just participation medals. That's all. That's all. Let's see. Artificial difficulty isn't real. Executing consistently is the skill we're testing. You can't solo floss the dungeon because the health pool's too high. Turn off the anime on the side screen and lock in for 30 minutes. I don't know if elitist, but just kind of based. Just kind of based. Let's see. There was never Destiny without hardcore rating content. Everything leading up to its conclusions because of been because of its pinnacle content. If OG Kingsfall didn't exist, we wouldn't be here. I mean, literally, launch D1 was saved by Vault of Glass. If they didn't make Vault, I am not sure if I would be talking to you guys right now. I'm not sure I'd be talking to you. Obviously, the gunplay is very good, but leading up to that, ooh. There's a reason that like the most common piece of feedback that I've been seeing from like Destiny shutting down is like, man, we're never gonna get another raid again. We're never gonna get another raid again. That's the most common piece of feedback. Most raids are easy if you play with the same group, even somewhat regularly. Yeah, not a hot take. Loki wanted the how to do Epic Desert Perpetual. I never made one because like I posted about how much I liked Epic Desert Perpetual and I just read one too many negative comments. And I was like, okay, fuck you guys. Goodbye. And I just left. So I never made how to do Epic Desert Perpetual. Flawless requirement. Yeah. Come on, man. Let's see some elitist takes, bro. Having the best gear in the game not be tied to the hardest activities was a bad move. It gave you something to aspire to if you wanted the strongest stuff. When the best weapons could be vendor bought, / crafted, people stopped caring to run these activities. Some people might find this elitist. I do not. I thought, like, to me, the bare minimum difficulty of content that you should have to do in order to get tier 5 gear is the GM Vanguard alert. That, I think, should be bare minimum to get tier 5 gear. Tier 5 gear should have been so much more special to get. It should not have been made the norm. Unfortunately, it was just tied to your level for a lot of it. But they just, like, completely nuked that part of the grind. It's probably my biggest problem with, like, how hard they swung the other direction. And they were just in, like, make people happy mode. And unfortunately, like, they had to... Do we count the GM alert as difficult? I count it like... It's like starting the ladder of difficult to me. That's where you begin when you start talking about, like, oh, this is hard in Destiny, specifically. Right? It's not, like, super high. I mean, for a lot of people, it's super high up. For people like you and me, Dre, it's like, if this is the ladder of, like, difficult, then, like, you know, it's where you put your first or second foot on the ladder. But it should have been the bare minimum that you had to do in order to start getting tier 5 gear. I went into some bullshit the other day. Yeah, but, like, you know how to play the game. So, like, we can go in with anything that we want and we'll clear it. You know? But yeah, to me, not elitist take, just a good take, but some people will be annoyed with this. My elitist take is that players should not be able to get the exotic from a raid or dungeon on the first run. Just show that you can complete a full run of the activity a few times before it's accessible, and players that have shown mastery, then you have a near guaranteed chance to get it. That, I would say, that is an elitist take, but part of the fun of running the raid and dungeon is seeing someone get it on their first clear. I would say that is an elitist take. It gets less elitist the more you go on. Like, I agree that, you know, once you have the title, they should just give you the exotic because you have shown mastery of it. But I think the feeling of, like, seeing someone run their first thing for the first time and then getting the exotic is just, it's too hype of a moment, I think, to remove from the game. but definitely one of the more elitist takes that we have reviewed today. All right, hold your takes. I want to keep scrolling to see if we can find any more legitimate elitist takes. Like this is not an elitist take. I mean, like, to some people it might be. To me, this is not an elitist take. This is not Destiny being in this best state it's ever been in. Not an elitist take. It's in an amazing state. Keeping consoles in the development loop, hardware control limitations. I don't know enough about how this works to give a more informed take. I think it's easy to say this, but they were always going to keep Destiny on like any platform that they could if they were still making money from it. Large portion of the Destiny community actually sucks at playing Destiny. When something came out that made harder, it was complained about into oblivion. Not a crazy take. Yeah, we might just literally be out of elitist takes. We might just be out of takes. Pure vanilla, I don't know enough about the game development world. I think this is just easy to say, but I don't know enough about how all of this works to give you a more informed opinion. Hold your takes. Hold your takes. Hold them. Because, like, right, people are typing paragraphs and they're gone in like 20 seconds. Hold your takes. Hold them. Anyone that chooses any part of a raid might as well. Jesus Christ. Okay, they gotta be talking into their phone for this one. Be fighting patrol enemies or crawl at the practice range. It's not a fun way to raid at all. Good take, not elitist. Destiny would still have over 100k if people actually bothered to play Pantheon rather than push bosses off to the edge for hours. Disagree to an extent. Disagree. I think you still would have seen approximately the same amount of people playing. Let's see. People's sessions with cheesing raid encounters instead of doing them is normally is stupid. Should learn how to play the game. Somewhat of an elitist take to most people. To me, this is not new. People who are new to raiding should not hop directly into Pantheon. Good take. Not elitist. The most elitist take is that Subclass 3.0 made the game way too easy and was terrible for the game. I would give you half. Subclass 3.0 definitely gave us a massive power boost. But was it terrible for the game? I disagree that it was terrible for the game. I think it made build crafting a lot more enjoyable. And it made it fun to explore that space. But made the game way too easy. I would say it definitely made the game easier. Yeah, the game did not keep up. And the game has not kept up, for the most part, with how much our power has been increasing over the years. Like, it's just... There's very few activities that I feel like match the freak of what we are capable of. Okay, this might be a take. Streamers doing trials carries in D1 snowballed into making more people not want to work for the loot in the game, instead wanting better players to carry them. And if they weren't, they would be toxic to these better players, and that's why good players are given shit. Ooh. Somewhat of a take. Interesting. Again, elitist take? Not sure, but like one of the more interesting takes that we've had today. Definitely one of the more interesting ones. I think part of it is also that, like, you know, Bungie kind of like babysat people a ton, and when people complained, they just kept kind of making things. Oh no, did this snap? I think my headset snapped. Yeah, it did. Rip. Bad take is you don't have to be a streamer to do or get a trials carry. Yeah, but it's like streamers are like the front-facing people when it came to this. So it's easy to just direct it at those people in particular. Sorry, I'll put some tape on it. We'll be okay. I could see how you would come to this conclusion. Right? Because you tell people like, yo, you could just hop in this person's stream and they'll get you a bunch of free loot. I think maybe slightly exaggerated. I don't know how prevalent this necessarily is. But it is definitely an interesting take. Do not add O as an emote. You want people to learn the game, not be carried? Yeah. Which is part of, again, why, you know, we had that whole Root of Nightmares discourse. I'm not adding O. Do not add O. I will remove it instantly. Do not add O. Yeah, we've seen this take before. Jumping puzzles are not a design issue, it's a skill issue. There's no reason it should take more than 5 minutes to get through an encounter. As simple as KF, given the movement abilities and tech that are available in the game. This is just kind of skill issue. I mostly agree. It's incredibly selfish if you don't have the ability or time to read through descriptions on what your abilities, aspects, fractions, etc. do. You should not be queuing into endgame PvP or PvE. It's not hard to figure out, and you're wasting everyone's time. This shouldn't be a hot take. It's one of the more elitist takes that I feel like we've seen. What was the what's his name? Folding Ideas did a video on why it's rude to suck at World of Warcraft. I feel like this take has that kind of energy to it. You guys know what I'm talking about? This has very it's rude to suck at Warcraft energy. Yeah, I don't know how elitist it is, but it is a good take. I think like you should do what you can to, you know, be a good team player. You know? Mainly looking at you, oh my god, sweet business LARPers. Mainly looking at y'all. Okay, I do have so someone, a person who will remain anonymous, DM'd me on Discord about this one. Bungie adding AE to the game was the reason the game started to die, which 100% disagree. Killed PvP with that one change. Destiny was healthy. Destiny without a healthy PvP is nothing. Disagree. AE is airborne effectiveness. With no new updates, people see why PvP was the thing that kept Destiny alive all these years, and it's about time they see it. I think we've evolved since then. This anonymous person says, I wonder if he knows that airborne effectiveness has been a thing since D2, literally day one launch of the game. It always existed, it was just not shown to players, and the only thing that modified it were heat rises and Icarus. Don't tell them that, though. That is by an anonymous benefactor who did not wish to be mentioned. Destiny PvP has never been good. That's a take. Disagree with it, but that is a take. Disagree. I think my glory days were end of D1, me playing Rift. I miss those days, actually, 100%. Miss those days a lot. D1 PvP, is probably one of the few things where I'm like, you want to go rose tinted glasses on that? I might join you. Again, when my highlights video comes out, notice the difference between the first half of clips and the second half of clips. How much PvP goes away in the second half. People falsely believe that using a strong build makes them a good player when all it does is shield them from their shortcomings. Wow. Wow. I mean, it's possible to be using a strong build and also be bad at the game, right? But if you're a bad player on a strong build, but you're still getting things done, doesn't matter. Right? Doesn't matter anymore. If that can mask, if the build can mask you not being good at the game, and you're not really being tested, doesn't matter. Right? I use Getaway Artist. Warlock. Say a portion, good build is at least a portion of it being... Let's try that again. Let's say that having a good build is at least a portion of being a good player. You have to know how to use it. True. Yeah. It's just that some of these builds are very easy to pilot. Difficulty of Salvation's Edge should have been the standard difficulty of raids, and Vow difficulty should have been the entry of difficulty of raids. Slightly elitist. Slightly elitist. Don't disagree 100%. I do think there is merit to having more introductory raid type experiences, like your Vows and your Deepstones, your Rons. But I think they could all maybe use the slightest bump in difficulty. And I do, again, wish that Bungie was able to have modes of the older raids that were brought up to modern standards. Let's see. Biggest pain points with Destiny is the lack of incentive to do harder content due to rewards being lackluster, completely obtainable / on par with something from easier content. D2 always lacks something to actually keep players playing IMO. Historically a problem. Historically a problem over the game's life. There's only been very few things where like you really wanted to hop into like a super end game thing. You look at like the early pinnacle weapons, for example, like as much as they dominated metas, they were something that like you needed to be good to go chase down. Infinite Treadmill, I feel like is bad logic. I mean, we've had like think about how many times we've gotten raid content, and like the weapons from that raid were just cheeks, man. That was a big problem. That was a big problem. So I kind of get what they're saying. I kind of get it. DP and EDP weapons are so meh for the most part. There's a... I'd say it's like equal... Nah, actually there might be a bit more meh in there than... For like what you have to go through to get them, you would want them to be like... Like Epic Desert Perpetual weapons should be some of the best weapons that the game has to offer. And I do think a couple of them are, but there are so many things that you can get that are basically on par with other things in the game that it doesn't matter. Right? I have a perfect example. Grenade launchers. Outrageous Fortune. Envious Arsenal. Bait and Switch. I think you can literally buy that off of a vendor. And it's within like 5% of like doing the hardest shit in the game. Like you should, exactly, forgot. You should not be able to get stuff from just like regular content that is that close to some of the loot that Epic Desert Perpetual would provide. The problem is that the game is just not balanced that way, unfortunately, right? Raids are just kind of like, you get to play with the toy a little bit early, and then we're just going to give it to everybody. And then sometimes the weapons are just ass. Building's got way too strong, made the game mindlessly easy. We've been there. For D2, the best DLC is Final Shape. Forsaken is overly hyped, and Witch Queen is lackluster. This is not elitist, but it's a hell of a take. It's a hell of a take. I would maybe give you slight wiggle room on Forsaken is overhyped. Witch Queen lackluster. I would give you Witch Queen lackluster because I think Witch Queen campaign does a lot of the heavy lifting of the Witch Queen as a total expansion, but a lot of people really loved weapon crafting from Witch Queen as well, and they kind of lump those two things together and just say like Witch Queen is super giga awesome. But overall, I think this is quite a take. Verity's not a hard encounter. People just don't understand basic shapes. People overcomplicate Verity. And part of that might be my fault because I explain why things work. But you don't know, like, as long as you're willing to take instruction from people and you don't care about why something works, Verity is not that hard to do. Maybe if you're doing dissections, it's a little bit harder. But if you're in the Shadow Realm, bro, I'm sorry, the Shadow Realm is so easy. Just listen to instructions. Just listen to instructions. All right, we might go to chat. Let me just, like, I'm going to scroll down, like, a bunch. Let's see. Eververse Silver should have had a way to grind free-to-play instead of being exclusively logged behind IRL money. We used to have this, and they got rid of it because money. You used to literally be able to get everything from the Eververse without paying a dime. Up until a certain point. And then they were like, oh, wait, actually, Eververse makes a lot of money. So, too bad. But I'm with you. Solo Flawless Dungeons have gotten too easy. Associated Triumphs should have been retired, or the activities should have been updated based on current power. Getting these done years ago was a much more prestigious accomplishment than it is now. I wonder if, like, something like Ahead of the Curve could have been good for
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Destiny. You guys know Ahead of the Curve? Is that what it's called? Ahead of the Curve in World of Warcraft? Where it's, you get an achievement for, like, let's say a new raid comes out in World of Warcraft. There are two versions of the raid Triumph. There is the base version, which is like, you did the raid. And then there's Ahead of the Curve, which is you did the raid when it was a relevant piece of content, right? It was the most newest thing in the game that we had to offer, and it's probably in its hardest state that it's ever going to be in. Probably got something like that for Destiny. Not too hot of a take. Although, like, Solo Flawless Dungeons have gotten too easy. If you're talking about the older ones, yeah, they've just been power crept. Bungie didn't keep up with them. Bro, you're talking about some of the newer ones. Bro, Vesper's Host? That place is not that much of a joke, man. Especially if you're not cheesing Final Boss. Equilibrium is a little bit easier. I'll give you that. But I think you're now looking at, like, all of the solo dungeons as they are now versus looking at all of them over the course of the game. Right? Nowadays, yes. This is, like, more than half of them are incredibly easy. But over the course of the entire game, if you're looking at it from a ahead of the curve perspective, I think it's mostly been okay. Equilibrium is a task to stay awake during final. There are some encounters that are unfortunately a little long in the tooth when done solo. And I know there's a take from the YouTube chat that are like, dungeons would have been better if they were just inherently designed with 3 people in mind the entire time versus being able to solo them. Although I do think there are merits to both. Orc's at the front of the room. He starts in front of you. Left and right callouts are aligned facing that direction. That's forward. The entry door is behind you. Orc is at the front of the room. Let's see. I want ones with, like, a bunch of likes. Although I guess you're really just gonna, like, anything posted probably after the first hour is probably not gonna have a lot of likes because this thing blew the fuck up. Let's see. Only tier 5 loot should be some raids, dungeons, and trials. I would say a tame elitist take, but somewhat elitist. I mean, we just had this discussion, so I'll keep this moving. Once Destiny got rid of the loop of take gun from PvP into PvE and vice versa, the game was cooked. I don't know if I agree wholeheartedly. I don't know. PvP to me has just kind of gotten turned into just something abhorrent. I'm biased. I watch you grind Cataphract. The only reason I grinded Cataphract was because I did it for my team. I did not want to grind Cataphract. Okay? I did it because the team expected it of me for day one rating. If I could have gotten away without of grinding that weapon, I would not have grinded it. You think I want to be in trials grinding a Cataphract? You think I want to be in trials? I don't want to be in trials. I don't want to do any of that. I want to take whatever was the next click down that it didn't force me to be in the trials. A lot of Destiny should never have gone to PC. A lot of that. I mean, I you know, some of the data mining stuff definitely sucks. But a lot of that stuff. If you can't make your fashion look cohesive with all different armor sets and exotic and 5 shaders, you're not really that good at fashion. We had the conversation about the multi-shading thing where, like, Bungie's been introducing so many unique shaders that it's tough to blend them. But old school, like, before they started doing this, maybe not. I would give you, like, 2 to 3. Give you that. We could do that. Yeah, we got more loadout swap stuff. Yeah, it just subjective. If you aren't at least somewhat comfortable doing every mechanic in a raid, you shouldn't say you know what to do. It's fine to only really know one specific role, but if you're joining know what to do post, every person should be able to do every mechanic. Somewhat elitist, and also just a good piece of advice. Yeah, just good. Like, this should be the norm. And I think people would get along a lot more if people are willing to put in the effort to actually know what to do. Now, Katie, we're going to take a look at that when we're done with this segment. Epic Desert's top 3 raid in the franchise, no questions asked. Subjective, but, like, I'd absolutely give it to you. I mean, Epic Desert is awesome. Raid and Dungeons and Emblems should have a tracker for placements to distinguish the top 0.01% from the 1%. Somewhat elitist. Show your placement on the emblem. I don't think there's much of a system in-game to be able to track this. Elitist. Take Datto as the GOAT Destiny YouTuber. This is a hot take? Man! Damn. Alright, I think we've exhausted a lot of these. I think we've exhausted a lot of these at this point. I think we just have a lot of repeats now. Builds don't matter for 85% of the content most players interact with. Yeah. All right, let's do one more big scroll. Let's see. People not elitist. I've seen a bunch of these in here. Elitist take, Sony didn't kill Destiny, the community did. Every update was met with doom posting and complaints, so now that D2 is effectively over, everyone suddenly misses it. The irony is ridiculous. I think we talked about this. Did we talk about this in my like hour-long reaction to the game ending, where there was a lot of people just being like, also like maybe not elitist, but like some aspect I can see where your angle is. A lot of the sentiment when that post first came out was like, how could they do this to such a game? It's so amazing, blah blah blah. And I'm like, y'all, I know what the past 5 months have looked like. Okay, I have have seen what the vibes were like before that post. And let me tell you, brother, they were not good. They were not good. Everyone was, for like the past 2 years, past 2 years have just been like horrific vibes. Horrific vibes. Now, I'm not gonna say the community killed the game, right? Because the community is not the one making the game, for sure. And Bungie definitely had plenty of missteps. But I can understand seeing, or maybe thinking that a contributing factor to the game's downfall was the constant negativity radiating from the community. Now, then you could argue, like, why was the community pissed off? Because Bungie probably didn't do something the way that they wanted to. And right, it's back and forth, back and forth. But I'm not going to say, like, the community is the number one reason. Not even close. Not that much of a hot take. Slight hot take. I think we talked about it. PvE getting easier. Yeah, I think people overestimate how much the PvE got too easy is an elitist take now. I don't think it's that elitist anymore. But there's a very good chance that like the people who are still around the game are like not super casual. So you're just seeing more of those people post. This conversation we had. Dissection and Verity isn't that complicated. 3D shapes are very intuitive and you have plenty of time to execute. I'm not saying figuring out for yourself isn't complicated, but after watching guide, it shouldn't be nearly as difficult as the LFGs say that it is. Somewhat elitist, but agree. 95% of these, a lot of people saying a lot of people just don't know how to play the game. If you cannot solo flawless all dungeons or low man raids, you are not good at the game. Elitist, kind of similar to the take from earlier. Titans should have been able to thunder crash the witness even if they would die doing it. Oryx is the same way and it lets you thunder crash him. Kind of based. Based take, maybe not elitist. You know what pisses me off that you can't thunder crash is the boss in the freaking hypernet. There's just a giant invisible wall that you can't T-crash the boss. Technically you can. Okay. All right. If Elitist Datto was the game director, Destiny would be peaking right now, but no Data 47 children who can only play 1 microsecond every 47th World War complain he actually played the game. This is just not true. This is not true at all. Not true at all. If you macro your skates, you a bitch. Oh my god. Most content should be borderline unbeatable if you don't have the meta / near meta builds. Most content? Most. That's an elitist take. That is an elitist take. I disagree. You need a mix of content that is fun and casual and then, you know, difficult. Most content should be borderline unbeatable if you're not running meta. I mean, then you're just like homogenizing all of the builds in the game to the point where if it's not the best thing in the game, it's worthless. It's elitist though. It is elitist. It is elitist. Ad clear in raids isn't a role and everyone should be doing it if able. Just doing ad clearing in a raid should result in a kick. Outside of contest, agree. Everyone should be contributing to ad clear. Unless there is truly nothing else to do in that particular encounter. Because like there's some encounters where it's like
there's only 3 or 4 jobs to do, and then 2 people are just like sucking their own dick, right? Sorry, I can't say sucking your own dick on YouTube. They're gonna find me for that. This is 2 people just doing nothing, right? We'll change it for the YouTube video. This is 2 people doing nothing. Like, they just literally have nothing else to do. So, like, in those cases, fine. Like, you're on ad clear because we have run out of jobs for you. But everyone should be contributing to ad clear. Deep Dive better than Coil. Deep Dive felt fresh, new, had amazing visual and great theming, had objectives that could actually fail if you didn't lock in. Activating Heroic was fun. Coil was slop. Black Garden, Vex with reused Dreaming City areas, and the stupid pots. I will agree that the pots being the scoring mechanism for the Coil is stupid. Why is my loot determined from, like, how many hidden pots I can find and not, like, how quickly I was going through the Coil or how many enemies I was killing or blah, 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 whatever. That being said, I think I liked Coil still, like, maybe slightly more. But Deep Dive absolutely... I think Deep Dive existed so that Coil could then exist. To a degree.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Guardian ranks don't matter, and any content should have been added. The only purpose they served was player-to-player discrimination for not grinding it. You could have all sorts of endgame under your belt, but considered a lesser player for not ranking it up. I think people... Like, Guardian rank, I think, is just supposed to kind of be more of like an onboarding thing for newer players to kind of give them like a list of things to go do to show them like how experienced they are. But I know there were absolutely situations where, like, bro, wasn't like ATP like rank 4 or something and he's getting like kicked from groups or whatever and he's like a top player in the entire game. Yeah. GMs were at their best when they were die from a dreg coughing on you plink fest that required comms, match game, minimal champ, intrinsic weapons, few DR healing options. Some of my most cherished Destiny memories were fighting all week to get 1 clear of certain GMs. Somewhat elitist. Somewhat elitist. I just wish there were more things like, I mean, unfortunately, part of like why GM started becoming less like this was because we just kept getting more powerful and the sandbox didn't really keep up, right? But it did create a tension that you just didn't have in the game, like anywhere, man. Like Season 13 Proving Grounds, Season 10 Corrupted or 11, whatever it was, those hyper tense moments in GMs, you just don't really have that as much anymore. Maybe the Ultimates. Yeah, Lightblade, Season 16. You don't have those nearly as much in the game anymore. You really don't. So, somewhat elitist. Somewhat elitist. Somewhat elitist. All right. I think we can pivot to some chat takes. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Yeah, a lot of D2 community is just super casual, which is true. It's not the Warlock Jump, it's you. Fuck you. All right. Yeah, a lot of repeats. If you don't know how to do Living Legit, you're not a real D2 raider. Based. Gary spotted. Game isn't hard. People just don't want to listen. You, brother, you better be like a fucking Eterna 6. Well of Radiance was a mistake. Also, that's Deadlock. That's not even Destiny. Raids shouldn't be able to be finished in just a few hours? Are you talking day one or are you just talking regular, man? Because regular, this is a crazy statement. Just a regular raid should not be able to be finished in a few hours. That's a bit much. Yeah, for Destiny, like, I mean, I would love if raids took a little while, but yeah, this is incredibly WoW coded.
WoW coded statement.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Yeah, sorry if I was not gonna read through all 1,000 takes, unfortunately. Let me run to the bathroom real quick, and we'll do some quick chat takes, and then we'll do something else. I'm gonna thank subs in between, but let me run to the bathroom real quick. Hang on.
Tell me what you really like, baby. Take my time, and we don't ever have to fight. Just take it step by step. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run, know what you've been through. Just a simple touch and it could set you free. We don't have to rush when you're alone with me. I feel it coming, and baby, you're faithful.
I've been scared of a boba and what it did to me. All right, let's thank subs real quick. Ham Tom Fam, 28 months. Edward, 48. Vangs, 98, tier 3. Thank you for the tier 3 again. How do we not have a boba? We do have a boba. Okay. Eddie and Ed 53. Zomaz 31. Cadeson with 5. Yeetster gifting a sub. Gruffiest Goat 3 months. Dark Phoenix with 6 months. Kamikaze Phil 7 months. Ashton with 32. Lucas with bits. Thank you very much for the bits. Real Dark Steel again. Thank you very much for the super chat earlier. Lego Master and currently loading Lich with some new subs, some primers. Thank you, thank you. Crueler Sugar with the 11. Dynasty Striker with 3. Rescued Ark and Chalmers back-to-back 73 months. Iron Skeptic, 93. Cat OK, 128. Good to see you again. Solo Player with the 42. Actinidium, good to see you again as well, 30 months. Cytalist with 52. Chantos with 66. What'd you expect with 72? Bucky Boss with 68. Lucas with some more bits. Thank you very much. I gotta get some tape, man. This is actually starting to hurt my head. Actually, I want to see if I can just like zip tie this, or not zip tie, but like Velcro tie it. I think that might be better than tape. Front pussy or ass pussy? I'm not really into butt stuff. I like butts, but I'm not into butt stuff. Does that make sense? Bro, how? Yep. I'm just personally not into it. Bro, how is this? Oh my god, did I rip the wrong thing? Hopefully that. I might have to do a second one, but Am I a real mayonnaise enjoyer or a Miracle Whip guy? I don't like either. I'm more of a deli mustard guy. Mac, I think what I said about Spire Stars is like I wasn't that enthused with the first half of Spire, but I think Valka Ord is one of the best boss fights in the game. Ooh! Sorry, big stretch. Well, okay, that was in the game. We're ripping. My Elitist take cheeses should have been patched ASAP and all loot obtained in activity since the cheese was discovered should have been removed. See, I'm with you on that, but a lot of people are not. Quick rip. And then we'll get to some chat takes. That is a 2014 Datto ass take right there. 2015. Very early. I was very big on player responsibility. This is yeah, I went to the grocery store today, and they had a Chaos Rising pack. We're ripping. We're fucking ripping. Okay. And fucking energy ass. God damn it. Fuck. All right. Is this Leica with the Prime sub? Thank you very much. They said just started HRT. Are you proud of me? I'm proud of you. Okay. Let's take a few chat takes. Keep in mind, it's gonna be hard to yeah, it's already like 9 of them have just been posted. So I'm gonna have to be quick with them. I gotta be quick if I want to read all of them. Okay, so I'm gonna try to do very quick reactions. Edge of Fate story was amazing. It introduced threads in a wonderful way and was a good way to start a new saga. People just wanted the beginning, middle, and end of a saga in one expansion and fight the winner in that episode. The negative D2 community is what it made it a bad expansion. I think Edge of Fate got a good amount of feedback when it came to the story stuff and like characters and, you know, the introduction of that story and everything. I think much more people had an issue with the gameplay that came with the campaign. But I think that generally speaking, people were fans more than they weren't of like starting this new storyline. Raid bosses should only be one phaseable with hyper optimized damage with Master Cutthroat being made with 3 phases of the goal. Every boss dying in 0.25 milliseconds. No optimization is lame. It makes raids feel too easy post contest. Slightly elitist. I do, you know, part of me does long for the days of like, hey, if you want to one phase a boss, you actually kind of got to know what you're doing, as opposed to it being the norm. I would say within the realm of elitist to a degree, although it is nice to, you know, have some raids where you can just kind of relax and kind of coast. Contest should be the standard difficulty for raids. That is an elitist take for sure. I personally disagree. As it being the standard difficulty for raids, but that is an elitist take for sure.
Thanks for all the years of guides, builds and overall fantastic Destiny content. Wishing you the best for what's next.
Thank you, Mindscape. Thank you very much, gamer. Not sure if elitist fashion was better before transmog. Having to grind armor for both the right stats and a good look was part of the fun. Inspecting someone who has good fashion and see triple hundreds shows that they put in the grind. Somewhat elitist, I would give you that. I would disagree about fashion being better before transmog because, like, I think you're putting together like fashion and armor as opposed to like just fashion itself. But I see where you're coming from. But if I had to choose between you can transmog anything that you want or you can't do any transmog, I'm going to take the transmog because I think it's more fun for the fashion portion of the experience. Solo flawless dungeons are the baseline for whether or not you know how to play the game. If you can't solo flawless a dungeon that's not Shadow Throne, I need to hear you mouthing off on what stuff needs to be changed about the game. Obviously, the more stuff that you have on your resume, the more credibility you're going to have with your peers. So it's very easy to write off the thoughts of someone who, like, the hardest thing that they've ever done is maybe like an exotic mission. But it is elitist. I would say that it is definitely elitist. Checkpoint farming should have been removed before the final update. There's no reason for people to make a second character or do a fresh raid, which is lame. I mean, people make a second character because they want to play other characters, right? I think that's why they'd want to play a second character, is like, I played Titan for a little bit, and now I play Warlock. At this point, I think them getting rid of checkpoint farming in the final update would have done a lot more harm than good. It is an elitist take, I would say. And I do think I do think running full raids is much more fun than just like spamming a checkpoint over and over. But an elitist take. Let's see here. 75 new messages. Okay, kind of falling behind. Cloudflare, I don't think your take is hot or elitist. Thought giving primary weapons infinite ammo is a terrible idea. Removing the ability to tune reserve ammo for balance prevents primaries from getting buffed in any meaningful way. Also allows players to sit in the back of the map and
might
blink.
not be elitist, maybe just delusional, but I always thought giving primary weapons infinite ammo was a terrible idea. Removing the ability to tune reserve ammo for balance prevents primaries from getting buffed in any meaningful way. Also, it allows players to sit in the back of the map and plink.
I mean, to a degree, they can sit in the back of the map and plink, but it's going to be a much slower, duller experience for them. I'm kind of, I didn't mind that they gave primaries infinite ammo, because a lot of the time, like, if you completely ran out of ammo, the game just gave you ammo, right? If the game noticed that you were without ammo for a long enough period, they were just like, oh, you literally can't play the game right now. Here you go. And also primary's got like some of the biggest buffs that they've gotten in a while in the most recent patch, to the point where like now they're actually somewhat usable. So, me personally, I don't know. Okay, okay, my chat just scrolled up super far. Having a balance for 12 septillion guns and your season 7 god roll and needing to beat it be... I'm having a stroke reading this, hang on. What you're trying to say is sunsetting and or expiring loot should have been a thing. Cycle in and out, perks availability, elements as you see more than 3 weapons in an expansion. I don't really know how much I want to dive into the weapon sunsetting thing anymore, but people have an incredibly tenuous relationship with FOMO in this game and think that if they don't do everything and complete everything, that it's not even worth participating with in the slightest. That's just something I like. It's probably easy for me to say because like it's my job playing this game, but I just don't feel like that about most other games that I play. But that's just how I personally experience games. But like that, it was going to be a tough sell for a lot of people, and I think I kind of gave up on that one personally. It was just like a losing battle. At least like build videos are half of what killed difficulty in this game. You should be able to see what an exotic does and be able to build around it on your own. People refusing to understand every aspect of the kit is part of the reason why the community never accepted any kind of aspirational content that required think for themselves. I mean, build videos were an inevitability based on like what YouTube and streaming is like. People want to know that, like, people want to know how to play the game at like a high level, right? As we saw, there's a lot of people out there who are not willing to figure out how things work. The amount of people I've seen come in and be like, I've never interacted with armor mods. I've never interacted with builds in my life. I'm like, what? Then why are you playing this game? Like, why? You're just like not participating with like 80% of the game. So I think build videos maybe let people experience the game in a way that they otherwise wouldn't have had they not gone to look up that information because they just don't want to figure it out for themselves. Now, that being said, do I think it's not that difficult to figure out some pretty basic builds to throw together just by reading an exotic and then reading some of your aspects? Yeah, it's like not that hard. But some people also just don't have the same amount of time to devote, and some people just want to be able to hop on, throw on some things that a YouTuber told them and be able to cook. But I think there is some aspect of your statement that is true, that like you know, people refusing to understand their kit is why people didn't want to, you know, get any better at the game. It's just like they just didn't want to. Hot take, everyone wanted DCV content back, but every time they used something from the DCV, everyone screamed recycled content. Yeah, I think there's two different aspects though. Like, yes, people love to scream recycled content in this game. But I think also, and this is something that I did not have the foresight for. Jesus Christ, gigaparagraphs. I'm sorry, I'm trying. I think there's two sides of it. One side of it being like, and again, this is not something that I had the foresight for back in the day when I was kind of like a little more pro DCV, was like things were good until they weren't. And at the time, things were good. So it didn't feel like that impactful of a thing to be like, yeah, this content that nobody plays anymore, like we don't need it in the game anymore because it's just causing a lot of problems. And I didn't have the foresight down the road to be like, oh, what if things go badly and like we want to onboard new people? They can't go back and like play that old stuff. That for me, that was just like inexperience, right? It was just inexperience with being in a place that would get rid of, because I'd never been in that situation before, playing a game where they're like, actually, we need to pull some of this stuff out because like otherwise we will hit a cap on how big our game is and then not be able to even update the game anymore. And again, what I will always say with the DCV is that if it was that easy to just put everything back in the game, they would have done it already. They would have done it. It would be the easiest win in the world for them to just be like, actually, fuck it. We're throwing everything's back in the game now. They would have done it if it was as easy as just put everything back in the game. No, you know what, Dead Wagons? I'm going to find yours. Hang on. What is it? Raid loot was always replaceable by gear that would be released in one season later rather it was origin traits and armor that actually helped endgame be endgame. We kind of covered that take in some of the takes from Twitter. So that, I think that's why I kind of like skipped over it at the time. But I mean, yeah, it was, I mean, like, there's been plenty of times where like tons and tons and tons of raid weapons were complete doo-doo. And even then, like, I think some origin traits are overvalued, or like people put too much pressure on origin traits to be like, if it doesn't have this origin trait, but it has all the other perks that I want, it's bad. Yeah. No more Vault 10 weapons per slot per character. Red War may not have been valuable, but it would have been a valuable onboarding point for the story for new players. I know. And that is something that I just did not have the foresight like, I didn't have that foresight, you know, years and years and years ago, right? I didn't have the foresight. I didn't have the experience. Let's see. I don't know if it's a hot take, but whenever there's a bug or exploit that made everything easy, like crafting artifact, I think every triumph that is supposed to be a challenge should have been disabled until it was fixed. People don't interact with buildcrafting and such shouldn't be able to one phase 5 feet bosses and get a difficult emblem. Elitist, perhaps a hot take for me, I agree. It's just that I think Bungie stopped giving a shit. I think I think Bungie leaned too hard in like, oh, we made a oopsie doopsie. Our bad. We're gonna leave that in for about 3 weeks. So have fun completely obliterating the game. Somewhat elitist take, and I'm with you. Destroyed a lot of these game-breaking exploits. Destroyed a lot of the, you know, prestige of beating a lot of those kinds of activities. Not punishing players was fine, but they didn't need to let us run wild. Unfortunately, I just don't think they had like any kind of a mechanism in place to be like, turn off triumphs. Because like, if they turned it off globally, then it's like, okay, well, what if I'm doing the thing like legitimately, but now it's just turned off because of the crafting thing that's happening, right? It would be too difficult. Like if there was a button to just make it happen and say, okay, then like fine, but the letters are cut off on the chat. So make it like a smidge smaller. Okay, that should be good. Thank you. People don't need 1,300 slots in their vault. It's not, I need it for a build, it's hoarding. You won't use 90%. Yeah, that's not a take for me. Now, granted, am I saying that as someone with 120 free slots remaining? Yes, but I plan on doing like a gig of vault cleaning when I'm done making all the builds that I want to make. Let's see here. Let's see. Trying to scroll. Trying to scroll here. Director/orbit should have never been a thing. Activities should be needed to launch from within the world. The world never felt social or connected like a real MMO. I mean, I've said it before that like I like the idea of physically going to a place in order to go do that activity. I think that adds a lot to the world. You know, like Shattered Throne when it first came out, for example. You used to have to go to Shattered Throne. You land your ass on the Dreaming City, and you go to Spinacaries, and you take the portal, and you go inside that place, and then you make a left, or you make a right, whatever, and then you're at the Shattered Throne, right? I think eventually, though, the feedback would have become, man, I wish we just had a menu with all like the dungeons or the raids or whatever, and I could just click on the button and go in. I think something like that would have gotten tiresome with the community. And eventually they would have just put that function into the game because people would have just complained. But I do think it adds a lot of flavor to the game where you're like, you physically have to fly to a place to enter that activity, right? Because I you know, I think back to my days of going to Molten Core and you fly into to Kargath and then you ride over into Thorium Point and then You go down into the mountain and everyone's running with you, and like that was a cool moment, right? That's a cool moment. And yeah, maybe like the first few times you gotta go to it or something like that. And then like, oh, you beat it, now you have access to like the thing that lets you just like queue into it or like whatever. Having it for the season it releases in and then making a menu for it later. Yeah, I'd be down on that. But I think eventually people would have been like, bro, just give us the button so we can load in, man. I don't want to have to run there every single time. You know. I just refreshed my notifications. Like, just so many. The community sucks at playing Destiny. This is like the elitist take of the finale of Destiny, is that most people are just ass at Destiny. And I mean, like, that's been true for a really long time, but I think people are like finally starting to come around to it. Excuse me. Yeah, Boost, we talked about that take. Someone gave that take earlier in the list, and I agree. I agree. Were checkpoints a thing when Shattered Throne came out? It sounds incredibly tedious to have to run back just for a checkpoint. I believe they were. It's true for every game, yeah. Alright, I think we're tapping out on the takes here. Spelling at least take too many people playing the game, and in general too stupid to understand that it's add ADD clear, not AD clear. Yes, 100%. Add ADD, additional enemies. Yes, we're far too many people spelling it AD clear like it's an advertisement. ADD clear. ADD clear. Let me see this matchmaking update real quick for Deadlock. Ooh, okay. Let me see. If you don't bother doing the triumphs that increase exotic drop rate, you don't deserve to complain about the drop rate. I can get behind that. Yeah, do the things that give you better drops. Although, again, they really should have just done, if you get the title, you get the exotic. In addition to getting the exotic randomly. My least take is that Well of Radiance ruined rating. If self-res was added instead, then rating would be much more healthy. As well as self-res provides much more skill expression than Well ever has. How does self-res provide more skill expression? I need that question answered. How does self-res provide skill expression? Because here's what self-res was in D1. If you had self-res, you could be an idiot and do whatever you wanted. And then if you didn't have self-res, you played like a little bitch until you had it back. Yeah, and think about how quickly you can get Super just back now.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
And then you're just gonna be like, everyone has to be on self-res.
Deadlock's new update looks interesting.
Yeah, I want to take a look at it in a moment. I agree that like Well of Radiance did a lot of stuff that like made some raid stuff pretty obnoxious, but I disagree that I would want to see self-res back. I would not want to see self-res back. I just don't want to see it. Like, which... I'm trying to think, like, which would I rather have? Self-res or Well of Radiance? I think I'd rather have Well of Radiance. At least, like, with Well of Radiance, you only needed one, you know? Don't die in self-res sucks. Okay, but, like, yeah, I agree. Look at the most common take from the thread is everyone sucks at Destiny. People are just gonna be like, I want as many self-reses as possible so that we never have to burn a res token. Community should have leaders in the game with ban/downtime hammer for effing up mechanics or selling in PvP. What do you mean? Are you saying I should have the ability to, like, ban people for doing stupid shit in-game? First of all, base. Second of all, no. What? Explain. What do you mean? You should absolutely never give... Like, I think of myself as, like, a pretty honest, disciplined person. You should never give me any power in this game. Ban as in you don't ever come up in matchmaking with me. Oh, okay. I mean, everyone should have access to that kind of tool if possible. I mean, some games literally have, like, don't queue with me or, like, whatever. Yeah, just like an avoid tool. Yeah. No, that's fine. I thought you meant like, yeah, Datto should have the power to ban people in game. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, no, avoid player. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. At least take Desert Perpetual day one difficulty should have been the same difficulty of every single day one experience. You were never going to get there because the game had not evolved that far to get to the point where we knew how hard things could be. And also, I don't want to get into that conversation again because we've talked about it about a bazillion times. Where the question is, like, who is the day one for? Is it for the Giga Elite sweats out there to give them, like, one thing during the year to really sweat out? Or is it a community-wide event where everyone should feel like they can participate and maybe get a little bit far in the raid, but maybe not all the way? Unanswerable question. Unanswerable. Raid encounters should be designed in a way where it is impossible to low man. I think, I don't know. They're like some encounters, like if you can like solo or low man it, that to me is maybe like a flaw in how certain mechanics were designed. But then also is like, I don't know, people soloing raid bosses like doesn't really affect me and my gameplay. And like if you can solo a raid boss, you're not going to have any sort of difficulty with like doing the raid on its own, right? Like it's just like obviously you want raid encounters to be able to entertain as many people as possible while you're in that fight, but like if someone's going in solo like a raid boss, like I don't know. NPC Pleb 32 months, Mindscape 31. Thank you, gamers. Thank you. Dungeons should give out spoils of conquest, but at half the rate of raids. If you want to drop like a small handful of spoils at the end of a full clear of a dungeon, I don't know. I'd be okay with that. Yeah, I'll be okay with that. I'm chill with that. Major problem with D2 content isn't that raids or dungeons. Isn't raids or dungeons of the speed of it, not necessarily the ease of it, although that plays into it. Wait, what do you... A major problem with D2 content that isn't raids or dungeons is the speed of it, not the ease of it, although that plays into it. Exotic missions nowadays are short, not that much traversal puzzling combat. That's new stuff. Old stuff like Presage suffers from how strong we've gotten. Additionally, it made us lore more lore and cool visuals during the traversal because it can't take too long. I think this could be taken through a lot of other content. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're trying to get at with this take. I mean, part of why things have gotten faster is because Bungie's trying to produce more and more of it, and if they only have like 6 months to be able to create something because there's an expectation of like there's going to be a new exotic mission, they only got so much time to work with, right? It's not like Whisper of the Worm, it's not like Outbreak, it's not like Presage, where they had a little more time to work with it and they just put it out when it felt like it was done. They became an expectation. And when the more frequently you're trying to put stuff out, the less you're going to be able to put into it. You know? The later exotic missions got longer, not sure. I mean, like, look at the newest one, man. That was a long one. Usually you just have to go back and repeat the exotic missions. The newest one that we got is like 3 missions. If teaching helping was dropping some super rare loot or materials, people would be more friendlier and more people would be able to learn how to do dungeons raids. I want elitist takes, man. Also, they tried that and just didn't really... I mean, they tried it in like a very offhanded way, but... I put this on Twitter. My hot take was YouTubers and streamers can't say raiding is too easy / accessible until they've discreetly tried to do a raid with LFG. Might get hate for it, but whatever. I think there's a difference of the raid itself is too easy and the people that I'm playing with are not good enough to complete the raid. I think you have to split. Like, I don't think you can put them together as cleanly as you might want to. No, I've seen the LFG bingo stuff. I've seen it. Right? How much of it is like people suck ass and the raid is too easy / too hard, whatever. D2 would still be alive if they didn't get rid of guided games. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, but like something like Deepstone can be like really easy. But just because my teammates suck ass does not mean that Deepstone is not easy. It just means like some people just suck complete ass. But like Deepstone is still easy. Like, you can't control for that. The raid is the same every single time. Right? The raid's the same. The raid's the same difficulty. The enemies spawn in the same place at the same time every single time. Right? The variance is in the teammates. So it's tough to judge. Like, one run could be you're playing with the most dog shit players of all time, and the raid takes 4 hours. The next run could be like, we're done in 45 minutes. So I don't know if it's fair to say, like, a raid is hard because people are bad at it. People can suck, but they can't complain about the game due to skill issue. That's ignorant. Yeah, I mean... Dog shit player, I've been mentioned. Calling 45-minute fast raid is a normie take. I'd say if the average person was done in a raid in 45 minutes, they would call that fast. How often are bad people recognizing their skill issues the cause for the difficulty instead of the raid, though? Not frequently enough. I don't know. We do like deep stones in like 30 to 45 minutes, but we're dicking around half the time. You know, I'm not here to like police what like fast and slow raids are, man. Just for the average person, you get a raid done in 45 minutes. You're crushing it. Right. My fastest Salvation's Edge is an hour. Crota's End 32 minutes. Route 39, King's Fall 43, Vault 35, Deepstone 28, Garden 33. This last wish says 20 minutes, but I think that's like a checkpoint bug. My average is 54 minutes. Like, could you do those a lot faster? Yeah, but do most of my runs have like 10 to 20 minutes of people just like standing by the rally flag talking to each other? Also, yeah. All right, I think we'll wrap the takes there. I think we'll wrap it. Not as many as like elitist takes, I think. I think people think their takes are far more elitist than they think they are. Yeah, we definitely had way more hot takes than elitist takes. I was looking for elitist takes, and my elitist take on everyone's elitist takes is that you are not being elitist enough. And that your elitist takes were kind of ass. They're just hot takes. A hot take is not elitist. How's that for a take? If you're joining a raid LFG without a mic, you shouldn't join it. I'm with you. I agree. I agree. And if you're not going to join with Mike, you better be playing with people who know who you are already. Comms are needed. We don't need comms. Well, at least I have a title for this video. Elitist Datto thinks your elitist takes are not elitist enough. Okay, I want to see this update real quick. I want to see the deadlock update. Sorry we didn't satisfy. It's fine, it's fine. Okay, I want to see this. Revamp to how matchmaking system works, as well as the introduction of a new matchmaking mode. You can now choose to play standard, unranked, or the new ranked mode. Okay, they finally split ranked and unranked. Lower stakes way to play with friends without worrying adjustments to your rank. There's no restrictions on party size or skill spread. You can play this mode to practice heroes, blah, 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 blah. Matchmaker will adjust the game to... Okay, fine. So maybe I don't need to play on a burner account anymore. That's nice. Ranked mode gives you a way to queue up for more competitive games against similarly skilled players with higher stakes. Each season, you'll be able to climb the ranks and see how far you can go. Initiate, aka Brick, Stone, Acolyte. It wasn't always called Acolyte. Yeah, no, some of these are changes. Sentinel, Mystic, Ritualist, Emissary, or... Okay, so they changed a couple of them. Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, and then there's Phantom, Ascendant, and Eternus. I am currently here, although I should log into the game and see if I'm still there. To be eligible to queue for ranked mode, you must have at least 60 wins in the standard mode. Wow! 60 wins? Holy shit. No, I would assume it's retroactive. To ensure higher quality games, ranked mode expects you to have a solid understanding of the hero you play. So the mode only allows you to pick heroes that you have won at least 15 games within standard mode. You must have at least 3 heroes unlocked for rank to be able to field a valid sized roster to queue with. Wowie! Ranked mode has seasons, with the first season starting today and ending on October 7th, after which the following season will begin. At the conclusion of a season, the highest rank you achieve will be permanently saved in your rank history page. Future ranked seasons will likely have longer durations with splits in between. Breaks with the blah, 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 blah. Okay. As the season starts, everyone will enter a calibration phase for 8 games. All players will have a soft reset of their prior rank, maintaining some history of your previous performance. Players can only exit calibration at a max rank of Oracle 6. You cannot be in a party during calibration matches. Ranked mode will only allow for solo or duo parties. If you're in a duo party, both players must be at most 1 rank away from each other. Eternus players can only queue with another Eternus player as long as they are within 3 sub-ranks. We recognize that the party size and rank spread limits might be too restrictive, but we want to start this way. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. I know what we're doing in September. Holy. You see rank points when you win or lose, plus minus 250 points on average. To progress to the next sub rank, you need 1,000 rank points. A final sub rank to move to a new rank, which is 2,000. At Eternus 1, there's no longer a fixed amount of points, and it's just dynamic. Okay. Rank loss protection when playing in rank. You have 5 games of loss protections when on the boundary of a full rank. Okay. My mains in Deadlock right now are Billy and Calico. But I did want to start learning new characters. I had like a small Drifter arc, and then I had like 3 really bad games playing Drifter, so I kind of tossed them aside. So I'm not sure who I want to learn yet. But I do want to learn a new character. Billy, disgusting. Look, I was playing Billy at the beginning of 2026, end of 2025, when he wasn't like Giga tier. Yeah, I understand now he's Giga tier, but I was playing him when he was mid, and then he was ass. He was ass. Yeah, I know Spirit Drifter is kind of pogging right now. Okay. We think the ability to queue with a very specific hero in mind is important and a popular feature. Blah, blah, blah. Even more in ranked, where it's critical that everyone has a good standing of how to power. Blah, blah, blah. Having hero selection done in advance, we're able to utilize the matchmaker on the back end to mix and match players from a larger queue to meet everyone's preferences. Blah, 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 blah. As part of this update, we've done some improvements on the matchmaker's ability to create solid team compositions. We want to improve this over time. We recognize that even in the long-term matchmaker, this ranked update, we are introducing the ability to change your hero in the new pre-game phase. That's true. I play a fair amount of Warden. When you enter a new ranked match, you will see a breakdown of the ranks of all players in the game. You will then enter a pre-game waiting area where you can control your hero. During this time, you can choose to change your given hero to any other hero that hasn't been selected, as long as you have the ability to play it. Allows a quick way to adjust their team's hero composition to make any improvements they see fit. It's not intended to be a counter-picking feature. There isn't a live update of what heroes... okay. If you end up swapping a hero that the enemy team also swaps, you'll get an error and then be able to select a new one. Otherwise, you'll be given that hero. You can only swap once. Okay. Pause will be disabled until 2 minutes after a game fully starts. No more pause lock! Total number of heroes banned is increased from 2 to 3. The algorithm has been improved. Okay. If a player abandons the game before 5 minutes, the game will be marked as safe to leave and voided for all players except for the leaver and their party. Game will count as a loss for the leaver. If a player abandons games after 5 minutes, that player will receive leaver penalties and their party will have the game count as a loss. Other players on the abandoning teams will also have the voided. However, if they stay and win the game, it'll be counted as a win. If all players on the abandoning team leave, the game will automatically end and count as a win for the... Okay, fine. Okay, leaderboard. Global leaderboard, the game count requirement in the last 30 days has increased from 50 to 75 for the hero-specific leaderboards. 20 to 30. Okay. System is live right now. Expected next week or two to be very rocky. Significant time on queue times. Calibrate. Okay. Okay. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very interested and very cool. Excited to be able to hop in on that as soon as we can.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Say you swear you're retiring on August 18th, my birthday.
Finally, my opinion.
Swear to me.
Notes.
I swear to you. I swear to you. Indian Buns, 26 months. Thank you very, very much. Fafnir. Again, I want to emphasize thanking you again for the insane gifted. Earlier, a lot of people doing a lot of gifted. A lot of gifted today. Thank you very, very much. I don't know if you remember, my friend tripped on you while trying to buy card sleeves on day one and wanted to say sorry. It's no worries. It's no worries. It's my final Elitist take. I think my final Elitist take that I actually have like a stream highlight clip of it was like someone saying, oh, it's like the end of the franchise. Don't you think they should have like done blah, 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 or like kept blah, blah, blah thing to keep things accessible for people? And my answer was, fuck no. You can either beat it or you don't. End of story. End of freaking story. Any interest in the next Division game? No. No. I am done with looters. I am done with looter shooters. I am done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. There's nothing left for me in the looter shooter genre. I have nothing that I really wish to participate in the looter genre. I am done. I am not looking for a new looter game to pivot to when I am done with Destiny. If I was, I would not be making as big of a deal about me retiring from Destiny. What's up, Jade? Doing all right. Say it louder. What? I'm bored. I'm bored with looter shooters. I'm tired of the genre. It doesn't offer me anything new anymore.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Happy
Unfun, you
Thursday,
literally
gamers.
just missed like a 2.5-hour segment of like going over Elitist takes. I'm done with looter shooters. I am done with looter shooters. I'm done. Batter Mallard, 28 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. How many gifted do you play a few hours of WoW? There's no such thing as a few hours of WoW. There's like a month-long degenerate grind of WoW. Except when Reb asked me to play Warframe. If Reb asked me to play Warframe, I would oblige. But I think there's a mutual respect, I think, between the both of us, where I'm like, whenever we do play some Deadlock together, it's like, I'm not asking about Warframe. She's not asking me about Destiny. It's just two gamers just doing some fucking gaming on Deadlock, right? We're meeting at a neutral third party, and we could just talk some shit about Deadlock. And that's it. And that's what I like. It's just gamers doing some gaming. That's all. Yeah, I've done a few play sessions with Reb on Deadlock. When am I going to embrace my NL arc and shave my head and become an Isaac streamer? I think I got too good a head of hair to want to shave it all off. I'd entertain the idea of playing Isaac, though. I've never played it before. I've never played Factorio. I played Satisfactory, and I was like, that's close enough. Hold up. Ham coming in and not hating someone? Saying that I love Deadlock? Oh, there it is. Hello, I'm first time chatter. I love Deadlock. I love to see that. Love to see that. You're gonna love this channel in about a month. I think if I'm gonna hop on Deadlock before retirement, I would want to make it a full day. Like, I would want to do my eight calibration games all in a row. Like, I don't want to do like 4 and 4. I would want to do all of them in a day, and then maybe like make a highlight reel out of them and post them on the channel.
tomorrow then. I'm still wrapping up some stuff on Destiny. We'll see. We'll see. Ever gone down the rabbit hole of League? It's like Deadlock, but without the fun part. I have, man. I played from 2009 to 2011. And I'm not looking to go back. The only time I've played since is when Mr. Fruit was like, we're 5-man party in unranked, come join. And I was like, all right, I'll play a few games. That's about it. I know about League Classic, I just don't have any desire to play it. Can't figure out how to get invited to join. You just have to have someone on your friends list invite you. That's it. I have not personally seen Jimothy, no. Am I retiring from streaming? No. If anything, I might be streaming more because I'm going to really be enjoying Deadlock and Variety. And I won't have as much YouTube work to like worry about. Or I can pass along more things to Vada to edit. And I can actually like log off the stream and then, you know, maybe make a couple thumbnails and then have the rest of the night to myself. So I'm excited for that, for the rank stuff, man. I'm excited that I at least now have like some more of an incentive to learn a couple more characters too. And like unranked is gonna be awesome for a lot of people. Like just being able to queue up with people. I don't have to worry about the fucking alt account anymore, dude. Oh, it's gonna be so nice. It's gonna be so nice, man. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good stuff. It's gonna be fun and good and fun and also good. I just got paid for Epic Games. Let's fucking go. How much money do you guys think I get from Epic Games every 3 months?
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Enough for a McChicken. True.
Yo Datto, I'm gonna miss Destiny content from you, but this is the most understandable pivot. That being said, I'm tearing down your poster like Incrediboy RN.
No. $120, baby. Oh yeah. We eating good tonight. We eating good tonight. No, I never had a Datto poster. Orange, 18 months. Thank you. Thank you. Final fashion. We are doing our fashion show next Monday. And I will have instruction on how to do it before everybody spams me with, how do I submit my thing? There will be instruction on Monday. Will we ever get Datto does Deltarune? Probably not. I'm not sure that's a fandom I want to get engaged with. Personally. I don't know. There's a lot of... I don't know if... Just from... Just the vibe that I get. I'm like, I don't know if I want to... I don't think I'm opening that door. I think I'm just going to... I'm going to leave that door closed. I'm going to watch that ship sail by. I'm going to just... You guys have fun. Maybe, if anything, I would play it offline. Okay. Zenless Zone Zero? Probably not. People be hopping from stream to stream just to backseat streamers. Yeah, I'm gonna. If I were to play something like that, I'd play it offline. Pal World though, no, I'm not touching Pal World. Pal World, one of those games that if I was gonna play it, I already would have played it with the buds. Hey, thanks, Con. What else did I want to do today? I wanted to make this a Mask of Fealty build. Yeah, so in continuing our exploration of some of these builds from the tier list that we did a little while ago, Mask of Fealty was one that I deferred to chat.
And thank you for the Pokemon wisdom.
I got you, Con. You ever want more wisdom, let me know. We did those exotic armor tier lists, which I'm gonna put out this video, and the tier list might not be out yet. Maybe the Titan one will be out. I don't know. And Mask of Fealty is just something I messed around with a while ago, and haven't touched it in a while. And I deferred to chat, and chat was like, "It's awesome. It is pogging." And there wasn't as much discrepancy compared to some other exotics that we were unsure of. But people were so into Mask of Fealty that I was like, okay, I want to explore Mask of Fealty. It's been a while since I've done any, pure Stasis Hunter. So that's what I wanted to do today. We farmed some Cosmodrome armor, I believe, the other day. We don't have a ton to work with, so we're just kind of, we're going to grab whatever we can. Let me see here. Let's not exit this down. Where the hell? Oh, do I just have it? Oh, yeah, I just have it. Okay. Yeah, 7th Seraph. Because Grasp is not dropping tier 5s this week, and your boy's running out of time. So we're just going to pick up a Mask of Fealty and see what we can do. Thank you, Sad Queen. Thank you. People were telling me that... Yeah, I'm not going to farm Master. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do that. People were telling me you wanted a very even split of stats. Like, you wanted 100 everything. As someone who is not very in tune with this build, can you explain why you want such a spread? Is there a specific reason that people just kind of go for everything? I'm also going to pause the music. And we'll edit some stuff in later. Just because Shatter is main damage source and nothing really scales. Okay. I mean, I will do my best to kind of like get as even of a split as we can. I mean, like, even this set right now is like not too bad. I mean, obviously it's a little heavy towards weapons. But even this split's like not too bad. So let's buy. First, let me throw on my armor, and let's see what we have to work with here. Okay, so I mean, not too bad at base here. What's lacking? We want some class stat. I feel like we probably just gonna want to hunt down a Reaver helmet. Right? Because this has... I mean, we've been trading out some super and weapons for it. Kind of tough to lose a powerhouse with some melee. But I feel like Reaver might be a safe way to go. So let's try to pick up a Reaver helmet real quick.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Love you, father.
Yami, 59 months. And Khan with a year. Thanks, gamers. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any chance of seeing Destiny creators coming together to play some D&D? I have done that many times over the years, and I think about 14 people watched. I have no plans in the immediate or long term to do much more D&D. Arm. Okay, that is Blight Ranger. Mask of Fealty is here. I don't think I have any more. Yeah, I have no more ciphers. Okay, let's see. What do we got? Grenadier. It's, It's not a bad one. It's not a bad one. I wouldn't mind trying for a Reaver. We'll give one more because I'm out of engrams. Give me a Reaver with Grenade. Okay. That's pretty good. I could do with that. And I don't think I have much more 7th Seraph armor. So I think this is basically what I have to work with. Yeah, all this is Titan. I basically just got like one piece of everything when we farmed a little bit last week, and that was it. So this is what we got. This is basically what we got. The only other thing that I have is a specialist set of boots for a bit more class, but I think I'm kind of feeling this a little bit more. You don't use loadout optimizers. When you only have one armor piece, at the most 2, there's not a lot to optimize. There's not really that much to optimize, you know? It's like, do I use these boots or these boots? I mean, I can kind of just very clearly see, you know, what I want to use here. So you don't really need stats outside, so why not just farm tier 3 grasp armor? Because I already farmed this, and I don't want to go into grasp and farm more. That's really about it. Let me throw this one away. And throw a couple upgrades into here. There you go. That's for UPG. Just throw that. And, okay. Withering Blades. Hits and bounces. Creates a small stasis crystal with refund. And a refund. Let's try reading that again without having a stroke. Withering Blade hits and bounces, create a small stasis crystal, and refund a portion of melee energy. Using Withering Blade to shatter crystals or frozen targets releases a spread of Withering Blades. Okay. Let's just start fresh. What are we rocking with? I'm guessing, at the very least, you're probably running with Grim Harvest and perhaps Touch of Winter. I assume you're maybe not running with Shatter Dive because you kind of want to break everything with the Withering Blade. And Winter Shroud, I mean, probably not. So I'm going to assume Grim Harvest, Touch of Winter. Am I close on that one? Am I close on that one? Shroud and boost class regen. Okay. In favor of... I mean, I'm gonna try like multiple. So we're literally just out here like dodging to make slow targets and getting a bunch of shards. Okay. Okay. So then what do we want? I mean, one would assume you'd want fissures. One would assume you would want refraction. Perhaps shards. Perhaps hunger. Right? Impetus could maybe be like a flex option. Fractures, I don't know how much frost armor you're getting naturally, so I could see why you would maybe want this, but maybe if you're just getting enough frost armor, then you don't really need it. Hang on, I need to tell a YouTube chatter to shut the fuck up. Chains I could see. You mean like a Shard's Hunger and revert? I mean, man, I feel like you got a lot of options. I feel like there's a bunch of things, and I'm probably gonna want to specialize once I get a few more reps with the build. I don't know, like one Stasis Shard on a weapon final blow. Melee damage slows your... Like, I could see Reversal being good. Do Hunger, Rhyme, Conduction. I mean, I do like Rhyme. Like, Frost Armor with Rhyme is just so good. Right. But then also, I mean, like, there's so many. Like, Conduction. I really like Conduction just for the convenience, right? Not really having to go run around. Just things automatically tracking to you. Even, like, Rending. Right? Like Rending. Hunger is mandatory, build direct, and most is just preference. Okay, yeah. Grenade recharge rate. I mean, you throw a Glacier Grenade down. Yeah. Okay. We'll mess around with this. And then, what are we looking for on here? I just want to throw a bunch of Stasis stuff together real quick and just see what we got going on. This is already pretty freaking juiced. Finishers. Rebel is always surrounded. And mobility. Devour. I don't know if you're going to Devour. Probably a Curative. And then Stasis started. I mean, that just kind of feels like a lock. Arcane Void. I mean, you're not really doing that. Brain Freeze. Boom. Yeah. Okay. We got those. I mean, I could also, like, dig through all of these if I really wanted to. Let's see here. Let's just reset. I don't know. Do you guys have a preference before I just, like, sit here and do all of this manually? Because I'll do it. I'll do it. Solar damage from all sources. Yeah, but like, I don't know if I'm feeling Implement. Frigid Glare. Isn't that on the other one already? I mean, Shield Crush is good. The other, okay, maybe that, and gives your kinetic weapons. Yeah, I mean, we're probably gonna run with like Intercalary or something like that. You do like that, but if we're running with Intercalary, and then what's the last one? Queen's Foil. What's your? Is a Frigid Glare again, and then Hail the Storm. Let's see. You got Fever and Chill. Well, Radiant. How often are we reasonably going to be Radiant? You know what I mean? Shield gives you melee damage. Yeah, like Wished into Being. Killing a frozen target's good. Creeping Chill, and then you probably just run Dragon's Bite, right? And then Frigid Glare and like Hail the Storm. I don't know. You guys have a preference between Slayer Baron and what was it, Queen's Foil? Because Slayer just feels like it has a lot going for it. Slayer. All right. That's kind of what I thought. Okay, let's throw in some mods here. What are we going to want? I mean, if we want things to be, like, pretty well balanced, obviously we still want to get, like, some melee stat, right? Throw that in there. I'll give it one click. This is a health flex. Gross. This is a weapons flex, so we can throw you in there. This is a class flex, but I feel like grenade. I don't know. You could maybe go down a little bit on grenade. Although, I mean, I guess you could just flex it out for more health. And then this is a super flex. Okay. Melee you want pretty high. I feel like you'd want maybe weapons to be kind of high. Let's see. Something like this could be fun, but I gotta look at my stasis weapons. Love the Autumn Carbon. So cool watching the live build reaction style content. I appreciate that, gamer. I know it's kind of like slow right now, and it's just deafeningly quiet. I'm just gonna turn that up a smidge. Weapons. Okay, weapons off rip. I'm just thinking like intercalary, and then like maybe icebreaker, and then just like a good power weapon. Are people running with something specific in mind to execute this build, or just, you know, because I know like the area denial ouster engine is pretty friggin' good, and I have 3 of them. Dead Horse, Icebreaker, and an Eager Edge. Dead Horse, huh? Oh, with Collective Puge. From Distortions. I'm going to tell you straight up, I do not have one. At least I don't think I have one. Dead Horse. Yeah, no. So I'd probably just run with Intercalary for the time being. B7 pistol with Headstone Firefly. Could be fun. Could be fun. Okay. So I don't know if hands-on is count. Like, I don't think the explosions are counting. Right, shatter. They really need some like shatter stuff in here. Otherwise, what are we really rocking? Yeah, just like ashes to assets and hands-on. I don't think it works with like the shattering, even if like the source of the crystals is there. So like, what are you even running here, man? It's running some like ammo finders. You running, bro? You just run some super fonts. And a harmonic siphon or something? Here we're looking for our melee's at 101. Class, let's get class to 100. Is it, I don't know if it's worth it to run like melee font. I think we just want energy more than anything. Class ability energy when you do damage with grenade. Maybe, but like, I don't know, does this count? Probably not heavy-handed. I could see like a loader maybe going in. Maybe like a focusing strike. I don't know, just kind of spread the love. And then here we're just gonna do, just give me one of these and one of these and one of these. And this is our flex. And then, give me, we could maybe do super. Could do super and an orb pickup, huh? I think it's worth running an absolution. And then I don't know if I'm going to need harmonic scav. run... I don't know if you want stacks on stacks, but you can run like an elemental charge. I mean, you are making like a bazillion stasis shards. And then... I don't know what our healing's going to be like. I would just like run a recuperation just until I get my bearings. And then... Give me like super. And give me like some time dilation. I mean, powerful attractions, never really a bad thing. You could do Reaper. You could do a distro. I feel like outreach is probably not bad either. Okay. Feel okay about that. And then this, and then give me a not that. I feel like stasis machine guns are kind of lacking. Hold, please. I just don't know how this gets, like, so untwisted. I just don't know. Will I ever do another Pokemon Nuzlocke? Yes. Yes, I will. Intercalary. Let's see here. This is... I just kind of have this set up for, like, damage, but I guess if we want to do some stasis stuff... I can see, like, doing a Desperate Mesh. I mean, One for All is just so easy. It's just so easy, man. And then let me grab my Icebreaker. And then... It doesn't feel like the power weapon matters that much. I mean, bro, I got like an old Quillam's Terminus. I don't know. We could just do like something fun. Check this shit. How about this? How about that, man? Let's do it. This might be the most amount of Desert Perpetual weapons used in the same loadout ever in the history of the game. Legitimately. Intercalary and the when and where. Just for fun. F it, bro. And then Shade Me? Ugh. I could get down on a Warren Interference. What do you even do after all the lanes are over a Calico? I had a lead, but I had no idea how to push it, though we did win, thankfully. You as Calico... Sorry to completely derail the recording here. You as Calico... your job is to protect your carry and go kill their carry. Like, you have to make some comms to be like, hey, can we go gank blah, blah, blah. Because you just have the power to explode people. And as long as someone comes with you and you're just, like, lurking in cat mode or whatever, you can easily just explode people around the map. And that's something I've struggled with a lot, is... taking your advantage from lane and turning it into an advantage in the mid game. So you just need to be proactive on the map, smacking all the boxes that you can. Try to run Earn if you can, because you can run it really fast. And then you need to make comms to be like, let's go gank this person. Find a target, explode them, right? Find weak targets, ideally, and explode them. But you need to be proactive. You need to be out and about. You need to be doing things on the map in order to boost your capabilities. Like, you cannot play passive. You gotta go out and find opportunities to kill people. You just gotta. Okay. We have some semblance of a build here. I would also be down to try the fast talker. Where's my fast talker? Here's my fast talker. Wham. I'll put you away as well. Okay, here's my fast talker. Give me a burger. I don't know. Give me some ammo, gen. You could synergy. Sorry, modified B7, not the fast talker. I'm too Titan brain still. Wasn't the same thing with Doorman was supposed to just go around being a nuisance? I mean, Doorman can like steal a lot of objectives with Door. But yeah, kinda. Although I don't have a ton of Doorman experience. So you might want to hit up a Doorman player. I can't, trust me, I cannot wait to like enter my Deadlock phase and be able to talk about Deadlock more. But Doorman is a character that I'm horrible at, and I don't have enough reps on him to give you advice on how to play him. I'm actually the worst. Okay. Let's hop into, not Iron Banner. Let's hop into, wait. Oh, it's actually mission of the day. Give me, let me customize here. I'm just gonna do our base difficulty. And, let's see. Let's see what this does. Run this with Salvation's Grip. Yeah, we're gonna try a bunch of different guns here. But I don't mind doing some gripping. Do I have the catalyst? I have it, but it's not complete. I can grip. Try some gripping. Screw it, Winterbite. Yeah, like, I don't know if you want... Do you really want to be on Icebreaker if the whole point is to shatter the things with the Withering Blades? Like, I don't want to explode it with Icebreaker. I feel like I want to run it with the grip. I don't know. I could be wrong. Try it. Full disclosure, this is my first time using this weapon, and this sight is horrific. I really just shot it. One crystal was off to the side, and I shot it right through the freaking middle of it. Are you kidding me, man? And now they're all gone. Shrine behind 7 proxies.
Checking.
I'll skill myself on my own crystals. Get out of my face.
Does the Stasis Titan build to anger you like Leopard's old nuclear?
Huh?
Warmind cell build.
This is not anti-barrier, y'all. Okay, I mean, you do get a ton of melee energy. Sir? I feel like even though I've only shot my gun like 4 times, I'm still doing too much shooting. But I'm just kind of getting used to the pace of the build right now. Unfortunately, when you got to restart the engine, it's kind of slow. Okay, there we go. I was kind of waiting for like a pop-off moment. Like, when is this pogging out? There we go. Okay. I definitely want to give this another run. Exotic! Oh, it wasn't exotic. I want to give that another run for sure. Now that I kind of have like the rhythm of how that plays. Gotta put on conduction, brother. I've been playing with the build for 3 minutes. Like, let me figure some shit out for myself. Hang on. We'll get there. We'll get there. Let me just try some stuff. Starting to enjoy Hunter right now. Is this finally the build? I don't know if I would call this the build. I mean, it's a build. It's definitely a build. Is it the build? I don't think it's the build. Could be the build if you like this kind of stuff. I don't know if I'm liking When and Where. Icebreaker is nice for some of these champions, though, I will say. Like, if you can't get that big explosion of shatter damage on like 80 different targets, I do like being able to just take out Icebreaker and pop 3 shots and you're just good to go. Oh, you should probably get frozen first. There we go. Like, just being able to do that and be like, all right, moving on. I feel like I'm also having some underwhelming shatter moments. Still go behind me. There is. Okay. And I know there's gonna be one that falls down from here. Back up! It's gonna crush me. Yeah. Hello? Neat. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Shooting frozen targets with an icebreaker is just so much fun, man. Okay. I'm seeing the vision. I'm seeing the vision. I'm gonna make a couple of adjustments. Beat STS2 run yesterday with a 395 card deck. Would you get like the bad luck thing like 4 times? Here's a question. What am I gonna run if I'm putting on Salvations? What am I running? What am I running in its place? Is this maybe? I mean, I can still run the B7. But what do we run in its place? I guess like a wave frame,
Chat,
maybe.
don't say it.
Maybe like a wave frame. Like a good spesh. I don't know. Shoddy? You want to do some 1-2 punch? Shenaniganery? See, you're looking at like a rocket sidearm too. I don't know. I don't know what you want to run. I don't know what you want to run. YouTube chat to bring up a good point. We do need some anti-barrier. We would need some anti-barrier. And I don't know what we got. Maybe a shoddy. I have my only shoddy with anti-barrier is unvoiced. Isn't Verigla AB? Yeah, but we're trying Salvation's Grip right now. What about it? No. And then I was thinking, no. But then what about, no. But then I could, no. Firm. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be able to just like straight up explode. I mean, we just have to go to intercalary for now. But I do like the B7. But the feedback that I've been getting is like use abilities more, like combo abilities more. And I'm just getting used to like the cadence. I'm getting used to the cadence of like, you know, this combos into this, combos into that, combos into this. Also, who sent that donut a little bit? Blake, $5. $5 dono. Does the Stasis Titan build anger you like Leopard's old nuclear war mine cell build? It doesn't anger me, but I'm the one running it. It probably pisses everybody else off. Probably makes everybody else really mad. Bad Bros 6-7. Holy flinch. Yeah, I'm already like... Although I haven't used the grip in a long time. So I barely know what I'm even doing with that. I'm also just trying to like spam my abilities a little bit more. Do it. There you go. Okay. Everything died. Fucking, are you hating this activity so much? Just spawn the shit faster. Ugh. Takes so fucking long, man. Just spawn the things. Some of the super energy that you can get out of this feels pretty good. Bro, get out of here, man. Oh, you're freaking dead. I'm feeling the gripper yet. Y'all, I missed. guys. She okay? Okay, maybe not too fast on the spam. At least on like 2 champions anyway. Okay, okay. Make some adjustments here. Definitely want that. People are saying, oh, I haven't bought it. Wait, I thought I bought it on my... Do you have to go buy it on every character individually? I guess you do. I was like, I know I bought these. I know I bought the abilities. I don't know. I don't know if I'm feeling the grip. Grip seems worse to weave in, but it's great for a cold start. Yeah, like it's awesome to get you off the ground, but if you have the engine rolling, I'm kind of like, I got the engine rolling. You know, I don't really feel like I need grip. And I know people are talking about, like, Varigala Curve, and I do really like Varigala Curve. My worry is that it might be a bit slow, but I'm down to try it. Also, sorry, YouTube chat. I don't know what's going on. It keeps disconnecting and then reconnecting me from the YouTube chat. I don't know what's going on. Tried Wicked to implement. I haven't, but... Let's just say I'm not really in a big hurry to try Wicked Implement. Yeah, you got Condish. You got Condish for sure. I think I'll rotate off of this. I will try Varigala Curve. I don't anticipate enjoying it too much because I just think it's going to be a bit slow. But I'll give it a run. I'll give it a run. And I will also try Shatter Grenade. But I have really liked Glacier. Hunger, Rhyme. I mean, like, all these just feel good. But I do really enjoy Conduction. So maybe I'd take out Rhyme for Conduction. Hunger's good. We'll see Shards. We'll see Shards. Why not Stasis Fusion from Val? You could run that too. I'm just trying a bunch of things right now. I'm doing a run, seeing how I feel about it. Trying some other things. I'm just messing around, you know. This is how we learn. This is the kind of stuff that I'd be doing off stream when like coming up with like a build video. I basically just like I try a bunch of things and I'm like, all right, what do I like? What do I not like? And we're seeing,
Wonderful day, Guardian.
We're seeing what's what.
Can't believe Datto did Destiny. GG's and thanks for the content.
Thank you, Shark, for the 17. See how I didn't want to run this during Stasis Titan video? Yeah, no, it'd be impossible. Oh my. Betrayed by my own sparrow. My petard. It's been hoisted. Whoops. Nope. Dodge, shuriken, throw a, explode. Okay. Is this is not... Why? This is anti-barrier? This is anti-barrier. Oops. Nope. You wanted to. Yep. And then I. Okay. Okay. It's taking me a sec to get used to the rotation here. Throw the shatter. Okay. Shatter. There you go. Okay, okay. Might as well scoop this. Oops. Letting them go. Did you? Don't. Oh, we're out of rockets. Wait, did I not pick this up? No, I did. You're not. And then you're not. And then I was. I'm probably just not using Vergla curve correctly.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Datto dance, Datto dance.
I don't think I'm using this correctly in the slightest. That to me, that just felt a little clunky. So, yeah, like when I first started out, it was like, okay, cool. But I didn't really have a sense of when I should pepper this in. You know, like I was like, I'm kind of doing well on my own, and I feel like just rocking with like the B7 or the intercalary kind of fulfilled the same role. You know, and at that point, like I might just want to go back to Icebreaker. Because I feel like I was already blowing some stuff up. It's even more crystal. I don't think. Yeah, I just didn't feel like I needed more. I did like the shatter grenade. As long as I was cognizant of like dodge, melee, grenade to just have that like big chunk of damage. But I also feel like glacier grenade could kind of assist there. Yeah, I think I don't know. This might have been like my preferred setup. Let me get one more run on this.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Let me get one more run on this and see how it goes. I wouldn't mind trying the gripper one more time. I don't know if I was using it very well. Okay. Okay. And we need anti-barrier. Okay. Let me try the gripper again. Using chill inhib. Chill inhib would be good just for like pure damage output. Just want to try. I don't think I was using this proper. By Spirit Burn.
At least it'll hit the champs. Planning on checking out, or have you checked out Gathering Storm Hunter build? If that's with like all the IB armor, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't want to farm more IB armor on my Hunter. So I probably won't. Yeah, I just need to see the okay. That's what I thought it was doing. I think I was shooting it as if it was making like a horizontal line. So let me aim like a little more in front. Yeah, that is absolutely a watch somebody else's video kind of moment. I just don't want to play Iron Banner. Bro, new season of Deadlock just started, alright? I'm on to Cincinnati. Okay, let's do that instead. Actually aim it a little bit better. And completely whip that guy. Scorpius turret. I think the problem with this setup is like you don't really have like a pop off kind of explosion moment with a gun if you really wanted something. Getting our super crazy fast though. Kind of at the mercy of the. How's this not auto reloaded yet?
During my full year of unemployment, last week I finally got a full-time job.
Nice, gamer. Okay, this is how you want to be using it. Plant something, get them surrounded by a bunch of crystals, explode them. Okay. Yeah, this dude, the super energy is just going ballistic right now. I think the only problem with this is like it takes a sec to like get it all prepped and ready to go. I also just want to see it on a not unstoppable champion. Let's stun this guy. Drop it. Chuck it. Okay. Double tap that on accident. Okay. About half. Frozen there for a sec. And go. There you go. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing the vision a bit more.
The next time my sub rolls around, you won't be a Destiny guy anymore. Thanks for all the memories.
Even if they weren't so good.
Datto plot 2, Datto plot 1. Subbed 8.
Okay. I'm seeing the vision a bit more with Salvations. I think for fun, I think I still prefer Icebreaker because it's just fun to pop a crystal, watch everything explode, and you have ignition as well. Good for anti-barrier. But I can see the vision. I also just don't have the catalyst unlocked. Destroying a stasis crystal, defeating just gives you frost armor, which we're really not at a shortage of. I'm a little underwhelmed by the just the pure damage that this thing can deal. I also want to say, how fast can we... Okay, so it's pretty fast. I definitely was holding it a bit longer than I needed to in order to get it rolling. But I don't hate it. I just feel like my other weapons are just like a little underwhelming. I do have a triple laureate. I do have one. But I was also like I was just messing with the modified B7. Is triple laureate, it might be yeah, it's overload. I've been needing some barrier and some unstop
Wonderful day, Guardian.
in these testing phases.
How
You
do
make
I
it
put
weaken for
something
more
here
damage
to
on the
show
artifact?
my years of appreciation but not be completely corny? Just imagine I did that.
I got you, Arfental. In this artifact, okay. Okay. I see you. And now you can do it in place of like curative orbs. Although curative orbs is like pretty nice. Where do you want to put this in? Like, what would you want to take out? We're surrounded by with slows combatants that aren't already. Like, there's so many good things. I mean, like, I see the vision, and like for champion stuff, I get it. I don't know, you can maybe get rid of brain freeze. I would want to see what it looks like. We can clear without brain freeze, maybe. I think I'm just underwhelmed by this. Like, running with this, I feel like I'd want to run like something a bit more high powered. Let's give it one more run. Let's give it one more run. And see. And then we'll try like a group activity. Let's see here. Let's see. Stasis wave frame. What do I have? I got a permafrost. I got a permafrost with a crystalline corpse bloom. I don't think I kept any of my New Pacific epitaphs. I have Ouster engine as well. It's not like the craziest fan of the area denials. I know they're good. I'm just not crazy about them. Yeah, I thought about using Aggers, but Aggers is a bit more of like a use me all the time kind of weapon, in my eyes. Gotta be one of the most annoying parts of the intro of this place. Is just all the scions and the booping. It's just a little slow to get those shots off. And
sometimes I feel like this is not doing the full chunk of the damage that I feel like it should be doing. Ooh, it's... What does still hit me? Rip Kama. Damn it. Alright, ignore that. No, I'm gonna get crushed. There we go. Okay, guess I wasn't holding the button there. I mean, the amount of melee energy you have is just... I think I need to spam these even more, and I feel like I'm already spamming them a lot. But man, you just generate so many crystals, man. I'm definitely starting to get the rhythm of it a bit more. Yeah. I can just be like so much. I can just spam this so much more than I think I can. I could just do so much more. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Yeah, let me do one run where I'm literally just non-stop spamming. Just hide you completely. I just want to spam it. I just want to spam the fuck out of it. Like, I essentially always want it to be on cooldown. Both charges. Let me just see. Let's see. Ooh! 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 Big stretch. What's the best way to do this with Warlock? Rhymecoat, Raiment, and Dead Messenger. Or just like, you know, throw on Prismatic. Call it a day. Okay, let me get the engine up and running first, and then we'll go crazy style. Already have a super, no big deal. Why is this thing not reloading? Am I just doing the reload thing wrong? Just step out. God damn it, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. And I just got it just a little too late. Just a little too late, bro. we go. Damn it. Now that was close to a one-shot. I think I gotta go like, bro, I almost want to go the reload. I think like the problem is like, yeah, this looks awesome while you have a bunch of Salvation's Grip ammo. As soon as you run out, it's a little might be a little tough because that in that specific scenario, I was spamming this. So if anything, I think what you want to do, get rid of this. Go with a scavenger, and then here get rid of the super fun. Give me more of this. I would stick with a harmonic siphon. Get rid of that. I would even maybe do like give me I could even do like a holster. For the times where I'm not wearing it. Give me a loader. Okay. Run it back. This is fun, man. I love this process of just like tinkering and fine tuning and seeing what I like. I joined Datto's meet and greet line, got turned away just as I got to the front. That is a lie. Because you're British. Oh, shut up. You're being absolutely ridiculous. Yes, guards. Seize that man. Alright, let me see. Oh, nice, tuna bug. Alright, after this run, we'll thank some subs. And hopefully on this one, I won't effing explode and die. Finny on that one. I don't know where my crystals went on that one. Hey, you! Do that. You. Who is still here? F off. F off, brother. Here, drop super, drop some more crystals, go like that. I gotta wait for this drop pod here to drop down before I push forward, otherwise I'm gonna die. There it is. Yeah, I feel like that should be doing like a smidge more damage. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. There we go. Don't crush me!
Why is it your last? Are you going bald?
There we go. Yeah, man, this is... And I know I'm still definitely not using my melees to their fullest capabilities. It's pretty fun. That is pretty fun. But yeah, I'm definitely not spamming the melees enough, and I already feel like I'm pumping them out quite a lot. Also, like, I don't know, maybe we just got like very lucky with the heavy drops. That last run, I ended with like 9 shots remaining. This time, I have almost full ammo, if not full ammo. So I think the either we got lucky with the drops or the scav is doing a lot. Why not Sharonade touch a Winder instead of Winder Shroud? Because I've been like changing one thing about the build every single time, and I just haven't tried that yet. I do. I want to see here. Glacier adding another stasis crystal to the formation. I don't think that's doing a ton. So I don't know if I'd use it with Glacier. Creates an additional shrapnel projectile on detonation, hitting frozen targets with a grenade refunds some grenade energy. I am down to try Touch of Winter with Shatter Grenade. I'm down to try it. Let's see. Let's see how it looks. Now that I have a better footing on how the build should be operating, I can focus more on like trying to maximize those things. It's like trying to learn a new character in Deadlock, right? You want to learn how the character actually works so that you can play the game. And you don't need to focus on like making sure you're hitting the buttons in the right order. It just comes naturally. Now that I've kind of developed some kind of a rhythm, we can try some other stuff. How many bits did Discommunicado ATP? Brother, if you have to ask, you cannot afford it. Look, I have a posh British accent instead of oi mate. Well, that's because everyone does that. And besides, my accent's not very good now, is it? Okay. Damn, it might be worth just tagging the dude with a shot first to just stun him and then start dropping the freezes. Alright, let's see how much that does. Okay. Okay, okay. that. Just gonna pop you with this. Try to get a Shatter Nade off. It's too late. Might have been a smidge too far. I don't think the one. Yeah, that one. I'm like, I don't think. There it is. There we go. Yeah, that's a kind of like a nice little chunk of damage in between these shots here. So I'm not relying so much on my heavy to explode a lot of these big boys. I do like having a grenade that like actually deals some damage. What? Come on, bro. Man, I lost my whole rhythm. Everything's spread out again. Yeah, I can just barely not deal enough damage in the finisher range. F you, dude. Yeah, I do like the grenade supplementing some of the burst damage. That's pretty nice. I do miss a little bit of like the dodge for the oh crap moments to kind of just do like dodge, you know, dodge that and then guy who doesn't really remember the lines in the Matrix to be able to just like insta freeze something. But I think once you're in a spot to, you know, be a little more familiar with the build and you're comfortable with the playstyle, I don't know if you really need the dodge to freeze. I kind of like that burst damage. I kind of like the burst damage, man. Testing something with 1-2 punch with how well it's synergized with Shuriken. If, let me see here. Give me this. Do I have 1-2? This is Trench. This is not 1-2 punch. I don't know. It's just like there's a lot of ways that you can tweak this build to your own liking, which is kind of cool, right? If you want to run with Icebreaker and do that, you can go for that. Now that I've got a few more reps in on Salvation's Grip, though, I'm really liking how much shatter damage you can do with this thing, man. You can do so much shatter damage. I think I want to take this into something a little more substantial. Let me add some negative modifiers to this. I usually just try to go into like a GM or something, or some other piece of content. I just want to make things a little bit harder. Like, give me oh, well, this doesn't add. Oh, this doesn't change combatant power. Is there something that changes combatant power? I don't think so. Maybe a birthplace. Maybe a birthplace of the Vial. Let's try birthplace. Let me run to the bathroom real quick, and I'll grab a couple people and we'll run this. In fact, Steve, if you wanna join up, you can join up. Let me run to the bathroom and then we'll thank subs. Be right back.
Bram, but you're so tubby. You're the tubbiest. Big bean! Give me those beans! Danielle? Excuse me, Brit.
75 is wild but ready for the next 75.
777,777. During all of that, Blake, 8 months. Which raid boss OST is your favorite? I do have a fondness for Sanctified Mind. I do have a fondness for it. What are your thoughts on the rocket pulse rifles? Do you like one more than the other two? Not really. They're all just really good. Everyone should have one of each element. Smoke a Bacon with the 6 years of subbing. Suicide Swifty with 70. Silent but Dadly. Love that for you. Absolutely love that for you. 58 months. JSE. 86. Next time my sub rolls around, you won't be a Destiny guy anymore. Thanks for all the memories. Sorry, gamer. Sorry, gamer. Octo with 47. Dunmonk 68. Orphantal with the almost 5 years of subbing. Thank you very, very much. Groovin Yeti, $2 super chat. I'm not going bald, no. Kbiom 27. Did we have a conversation about how to say your name? Or am I bugging? Am I bugging myself? Codex 75. 75 is wild, but ready for the next 75. Appreciate it, gamer. Bugging myself. Can you semi-retire instead of fully retire? Do you think you and your audience leaving the Destiny franchise and community could weaken incentive for another entry in the franchise? You know, for some reason, I don't think Sony gives two shits about someone like myself leaving the franchise. If the fate of Destiny 3 hangs in the balance because I'm deciding to leave the franchise. Bro, we got bigger problems. Ever considered trying the Division? I have many, many hours in the Division. I am done with looter shooters. I am not looking for a new looter shooter to play. I'll put it this way. If I was already considering playing the Division, you would have seen me playing it by now. You would have seen me. Let's grab one more person. I don't know if Boost is around. Well, nobody. What the fuck is Driss doing here? Bro is playing Rumble? He's back for one last run. Yeah, Boost, if you want to hop on. Bro is so caught right now. He's so caught. Cost me more Borderlands characters? Nah, I'm good. That shit's expensive. Why is this picture sideways? Rotate clockwise? There you go. Any interest in solo ultimate Seraph Shield? Nope. Nope. No interest. RPM with 100. I don't know why the alert didn't play. Maybe because I have all my stuff hidden. Camera? Hey, thanks a lot for subbing. Really means a lot. How many months? Is it 100? 100 months? Did I say 100? Okay, wait. We need Stasis slow. I feel like I'm doing a decent amount of slow, right? Someone's slowing in here. I could B7. Wait, is there even barrier in this? Is there even barrier? No, there's not. Yeah, and the shurikens. I mean, I just do like inner calorie. I think the sight on this is like, ugh. All right, let's see what's up. Let's see what's up, and we'll call it a build. Any interest in any interest at all? Deadlock. Deadlock. Where's Brim? He was in here. I don't know where he went. Deadlock in One Piece? No, just Deadlock. I said nothing about One Piece. I said nothing of the sort. You ever thought about streaming on Grab on these nuts? Come on, brother. Goose. 6-7.
Funny number.
All of a sudden, the shuriken generation a little bit lower when you got multiple people here. Abysmal Slumber. Thanks for the YouTube membership. That is going to be canceled in about 19 days, but I appreciate it. Thank you for waiting. Damn it. Alright, see it. Issue I'm already seeing right now, trying to make my shatter grenade happen when there are a bunch of other people here is tough, because by the time I am throwing this grenade, people are already doing their own explosions, and I'm obviously not going to ask people to stop what they're doing to just get me a kill or like a trigger. So that creates a little bit of inconsistency. Yeah, like it's not reasonable for you to tell your group like, hey, when I shoot my thing, don't do it so I can hit my shatter crystal thing. Like, it's just not. It's not reasonable. So, but you know, a little bit more of a realistic.
Do you have any commitments to content besides gaming in the future?
A little bit more of a realistic view. Any commitments to content besides gaming in the future? For the rest of 2026, I don't, because I'm taking like a soft sabbatical. In 2027, I'd like to explore that a little bit more. Feels like kind of a waste to try to do anything with the thing here at the moment, with all the screebs and whatnot. Hey, yo. Oh. Nope. Thank you. But rest of the year, your boy's gonna be chilling for a little bit. Alright. This is a good spot for a super. Just gonna miracle that nade out and hope that it connects in the way that it needs to. It's not pogging as much as I want on some of these upper echelon champions, I will say that. You definitely need like 3 or 4 shuriken combo. I don't know, maybe we can go to the shooting range to figure all that out. Let me grab this power real quick. Yoink. Do I do hobbies that aren't gaming? Not right now, but I'd like to. I'm gonna get into drag. It's one thing I want to get into. What draws me to Deadlock PvP when I didn't typically PvP in Destiny? I mean, I've always been in the background like a PvP guy. Like, I play a lot of PvP games. But I don't know, that game just kind of really, really resonated with me when I first started playing it. And I think it was just like the massive change of pace to what I usually do. Bye. Oh, dick. There you go. All it took was 4 shots and 80,000 crystals. Just trap myself in the corner. I feel like I should be doing like a third of their health bar. This is more power. Also, is it not like the slightest bit problematic that I've basically only used my power weapon this whole time and I have full ammo? My gun auto reload there for a little bit. Bro, where are the screams going, man? I'm not even burn the ammo on that. Let's see here. This should be a good super opportunity. Blink, blink. There we go. Yeah, just sometimes it just doesn't feel like all the stasis crystals are exploding in the way that I want them to be exploding. And it's just not resulted. Half of these have been like on staircases, so like maybe that has something to do with it. What are you on? Are you just on? You're just on like Prism Warlock with a 1K. Taking their sweet cup and cakes time getting over here. Yeah, also, this is... I thought I put on conductions. I guess I didn't. This is where I'd absolutely want these shards to be tracking over to me. Oh, crap. But it is really nice to just be able to chunk a bunch of these ads all at once with a single GL and like a shuriken. Shoot the gun! Shoot the gun! Done here. Okay, I don't know where my stuff went. Okay. Yeah, dude, and we're just still like... I don't think I've even dropped below half ammo on Salvations with this particular setup. Ever sat in the front row of a movie theater before? I have, and it was effing terrible. I'll never do that again. Horrible idea. I've seen all like the IMAX pictures, people at the Odyssey being like, I got front row. Yeah, there's a reason nobody goes to the front row, man. They should pay me to be in the front row. Also, now that I'm seeing like how much my crystals, like all the crystals are not exploding from Salvations when I hit with a shuriken. Like, there's still a bunch left over. And I think I was overestimating, or I am overestimating, how many of those crystals are exploding, which is probably explaining some of this underwhelming damage at times. This is another good super opportunity coming up here. Again, going back to our discussion of knowing what enemies are going to show up and when. This should also be a pretty good one. Pretty good area. Oh. Yeah, the crystals is like, it's like bowling, man. And I don't feel like I'm hitting a lot of strikes. Oh, God. I'm dying. Absolutely did not need to dodge roll there. Like we've been getting pretty arrogant in this place, and like haven't really been in that much danger. Like Frost Armor is going crazy. And what do we have? You're on Arc Warlock, and we have a Prism Warlock. So like pretty meta builds, I would say. You know, we're playing with people who are on some meta stuff, very strong stuff. I do want to see our kills at the end. I want to see, you know, how we're holding up. I'm also being a little more deliberate with some of my GL shots here. Where's like the next group of ads? Over on that side. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I accidentally let go of the mouse button. But you're on Vesper, okay. The Xerox, hold that thought. We're doing some respectable things here. Doing some respectable things. Hey yo. Is it me or is it just like impossible to kill like enemy threadlings? Is that just me or is it like they're just really annoying? Happy partner anniversary. Thanks for being cool. Thanks. Yeah, it's 12 years. I'm old. No. Just testing the build right now. I was gonna say something like that, but then you beat me.
I win. I win. need brain cells.
Shut up, dude.
That was the, I just took a shower.
Good. No table. Dude, that's like a little less than half my life. Yeah, I've been around for a while. Anyone else been alive for like a while?
Yeah.
It's a little hot in here. I'm fucking dead!
You're dead. That's friends.
Hi, babe.
See you, Flopper.
Floppers. Oh, God.
Oh, he ducked. You're dumb. He really fucking ducked out of the way of that one. Nah, no thanks.
He's dropping some 1Ks here. Love that. Prepping for next ad group. Kaboom. Love it. Where the boss going? Oh my penile! God damn, just ran right at me. Oh no, did they get teleported? Oh shit. Okay. Does 30 count as a while? I'd say that's a while. I put that pretty firmly in while. Dude, he just ran right at me, man. Obviously the ad clear on this build is awesome. Even its like single target is not too bad, although obviously in something like this where everything is really, really tanky, you know, it's going to take a little more oomph to be able to kill some stuff. And there's a little bit of inconsistency with the stasis crystals exploding with your shurikens. You know, sometimes it's like you bowl a strike and it's like, ah, crazy. And then other times it's like, okay, well now I got to pick up like the 1, 2,
Datto.
I don't know, like the 1, 2, 4, 8 spare or like whatever. And that's a little more cumbersome. Gee, oh, there's a guy right behind me. You also got to be a smidge aggressive with the build. You know, it's a pretty high APM build. Boss is spawn camping. And besides the frost armor, like it's really good, but obviously you're not going to be able to get a ton of help getting like bursted down or whatever. Bro is schmoving, man. Bro, I'm just gonna drop a bunch of crystals and let the 1K explode all of them. I'm getting shot from the other side. Okay. And I also just want to point out, I literally only used my grenade launcher like that entire run. And only towards the end did I start running into ammo problems with this configuration. With the scav and the heavy ammo finder.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
I only ran out at the very end. And I would
Some less
absolutely,
than
I do
3.
want conduction. For higher tier content, I want conduction. We've been doing Touch of Winter, so we did lose that last slot. I would not be running with Shatter, Touch of Winter in group play, as we just saw. How's my kills? Okay, kills pretty good. As we just saw, it's trying to land a Shatter grenade when you're playing with 2 other people, close to impossible, right? It's very, very close to impossible. So I would absolutely switch to Winter Shroud and then maybe just like a Glacier grenade. And then here, this is where my conduction was, right? Why am I... my character bugged out in the background? I don't think I'm rebuilding my Luminopotent. So definitely some tweaks that you want to make. Vesper Callout was also let you know that your ice was insta shattering a bunch, yeah. Anytime it's just 1 or 2 champs, only I let your build just do the work. Okay. Yeah, it's like, it's doing pretty good. It's just dependent on like how many crystals can you explode next to your target. And if you can explode a lot, like you're doing like a third of a champion's health in 1 GL shot with all the explosions. So yeah, for solo, I do actually really like Touch of Winter with Shatter Grenade. I think it's probably a bit overkill on anything like minus 20 or easier. Like our testing ground that we usually mess around with, which is Battleground Foothold. I usually do this on Ultimate, and I'll hide my my this real quick. This is like this is where I would start to consider doing Shatter with Touch for single target if you're by yourself. If you are not by yourself, it is much, much harder to land those grenades, and you're not really getting that bonus damage from the Shatter and Touch of Winter. So group play, I'm more inclined to do this. Solo play, I'm a bit more inclined to do something like this. Because you can... This basically replaces 1 or 2 GL shots, and it's also just pretty fun. You're a little vulnerable. You know, you gotta be a little bit aggressive. And I would... In this particular setup, you're going to be able to have conduction. So a lot of the stasis crystals can come to you. The only time I was really running into problems was when I couldn't get close to my stasis shards. So as soon as you fix that problem, I think you're going to be chilling. But I like Salvations. I like Salvation's grip with the setup. You cannot spam your melee fast enough on this build. I don't think. But now that I have a bit of time trying this build out, I'm seeing the vision, and I do really like it, man. I do really like it. When you have a field of crystals in front of you without Touch of Winter, why not break them with Shatter Dive? I mean, I think you could do that too. I think you can try. I mean, we can literally try with Shatter Dive. Let's see what it looks like real quick, and then we'll call it a build video. We'll see what's up. Oh, probably should bring the camera back. Boink! Curious when you're doing the Glad Cinnabon challenge. What is his Cinnabon challenge? What is the challenge? Is it just eat a Cinnabon? Because that's impossible for a lot of people. Eat 6 boxes. So 6 Cinnabons? Bro, I want to die after 1. What do you mean eat 6 Cinnabons? Are you insane? Ain't no way. It's like 5,500 calories. Bro, and I couldn't even get through 4,000 on Krelly. Oh, come on. here, and then we... I think my issue with Shatter Dive, mayhaps, will be that in an environment like this, in a solo environment, you are already like drowning in melee. So you want to use your shurikens to destroy the crystals. And you're going to have so much energy that you will pretty much never need to hit a Shatter Dive. All right. I think I gotta wait for that guy to die in the background. There we go. And like here, they're like exploding much more consistently. I mean, Jesus Christ! That's the first time that I literally can't even talk. That's the first time I think we just one-shot a freaking barrier. I mean, look at this place, man. It's a freaking mess. Yeah, I equipped Shatter Dive, and like I don't even feel like it's really needed. Yeah, damn it. I don't think it's even really needed. You can shatter skate, yeah. I'm not much of a shatter skater, but you can. But like for the purposes of what we just did there, I don't think Shatter Dive contributed like anything. But you'd also, yeah, you'd have to be on an Icebreaker setup. Or like a Verglass setup, but I think I'd rather run Icebreaker. I think right now, it's because I've already had like a taste of Icebreaker on Stasis Titan, I'm more inclined to want to use this just because it's something that I haven't really used a ton of. And it's just like different for me. It's a different gameplay loop and style for me, so I'm just enjoying this. But I think if you wanted to run with Icebreaker so you can run with like an Eager Edge and have access to Shatter Skate, I think that's totally fine.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
And that's totally fine. And yeah, if you want to use Aggers, you can use Agger. I mean, there's so many options, right? So many options. This is the one that, like, if I were to say, like, okay, that's a wrap, I would stick on this one. And I'll just, like, have this here so people can see what I'm running. And this is for solo. Remember the stuff that we talked about for group play. But like, there's so many, like, your two weapons here are also like completely flexible, right? But if I were to just be like, let's just call it a build, here is where I think I would land for the time being. Yeah, Aggers, conditional. I didn't like Vergla. I wasn't crazy about Vergla. You can run Icebreaker. You can run Salvations. And as long as you have like a nice flow of ammo coming in, Harmonic Scavenger, you got Heavy Ammo Finder. I mean, like we only ran this for the entirety of the GM. This like the whole time. And yeah, you could do double special as well. Absolutely. If you want to run double special. But I'm seeing the vision now. Obviously holds its own in our little testing ground. And I think did fairly well in the GM. Oh, right. Boop. Yeah, you don't really need conduction here. Conduction, I think you'd want for some more difficult content. Anything above this difficulty, I think is where you'd want it. You have the ability to create enough crystals without Salvation's Grip. I think you do. We were messing around with Icebreaker, and I felt like I was kind of cooking. Maybe I should do one more Icebreaker run. One more Icebreaker run now that I have like a bit more of a feel of the build. Let's see how it looks. But I do like that. I do like Salvations. I do like it. Dread's been 5 months. Sentimental last resub before your D2 retirement. Have enjoyed your content over the years. Glad to catch more Twitch streams. Count me in for whatever direction you're going in the future, as long as there's another McCurley. I don't know if we're gonna do another McCurley challenge, but I'm down for more just like fun stuff, you know. I'm down. And yeah, also keep in mind, like, people really suggest Grasp of Avarice armor for this. I am just on 7th Seraph because I didn't want to go farm Grasp. And I think all people have been saying in the chat is, like, it's even better with the Grasp armor. And we're already just, like, still cooking. Oh, I don't think... Am I still in Shadow Dive? Hang on. Or did I change it? No, I did change it. Okay. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hold up. Time out. I messed up my whole rhythm. All right, hang on. Restart. Restart. Try that again. Messed up my rhythm. Rhythm of the rip. Rip a dip and skip. Grahammer, 46 months. Thank you, gamer. Thank you. Steve, super chat. $5 super chat. Any commitments to content besides gaming in the future? Yeah, I would like to explore some stuff, but I'm going to take the rest of the year to kind of just give myself a little bit of a breather. I'm a master? Fuck. Am I really? God damn it. Who else we got? Josie, 6'7". Back-to-back 6'7s. El Rafoo. Maybe it's El Rafoo. Not sure. Thank you very much for the new sub, though, nonetheless. Thank you. Any plans to branch out into Magic the Gathering more? I might check out Riftbound. Probably not Magic. I might try out Riftbound. Probably no Magic. That might be like one of the hobbies that I actually get to pick up. Is actually getting to play a card game instead of just ripping packs all day. Now I'm just like, I don't know how to start. dare I say you might need a glacier grenade? Bro, I've been on Salvations for so long, I'm forgetting how to play the frickin' build. Oh, frick you. Who is still shooting me? Dude, I literally forgotten how to play the build. I think I want Glacier Grenade back if we're doing this. Or like I want some other utility to freeze things versus the, because I feel like this is kind of taking care of some of your burst damage, so like you don't really need the shatter as much. Holy shit. Nope. There you go. I was like, I just have to wait until this comes down. Okay. Yeah, I might want to go back to Touch of Winter. But like we're keeping up. Getting the rhythm back. But it definitely relies a lot more on dodging to get some of your melee charges back. It's not as like simple's not the right word, but like it's not the same gameplay as grip, where you just shoot a bunch of crystals at the ground, you throw it, and then you move on. Yeah, okay, hang on. All right. Run it back.
Wonderful day, Guardian.
Run it back. I have the rhythm again.
Get shit on, I was that guy's shield.
Vada, you better... You know what's coming, right? Because this is coming. This is coming. And the Elitist video's coming. Better buckle up. While I work on like 14 other videos. Yeah, let me go to Winter Shroud. I want Glacier Grenade back. And let's see how this rolls. I'm not doing a Deadlock patch video. I will do those videos when I'm back on Deadlock full time, but until then, I'm not. Actually, just... Not gonna lie, the rocket's just kind of for fun. It's gonna drop on my fucking head. Ah! hate these, bro. I hate these. I hate them. 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 It's like, oh, sorry, I'm too good at the game. Sorry, I'm killing things too quickly. Oh, my bad. Didn't hit that guy in the head. Gotta wait for this. Come on down. There you go. And I think we still have the Stasis loader. Can't see. So we're getting our rockets reloaded. Nice. Oops. Okay, this was a lot better. Oh, we're done. Wow. Okay, we're just done. Can you... You're pissing me off. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, now that I know what I'm doing with the icebreaker one, yeah, they're both they're both really fun. I mean, icebreaker's just nice because it's essentially near permanent ammo, and being able to like rip off anti-barrier in one shot. You're getting the ignitions as well for even more AoE damage. Like, bro, they're both so fun. They're both so fun. This one, you just have to be way more proactive with making sure you're dodging to get your melees back. You know, if at any point you don't have a shuriken to throw, you just dodge immediately, and you will get your dodge back in such a fast amount of time that it will not matter. They're both really fun, man. They're both so fun. Either one, either setup, bro. Either setup. I do like this as just like a nice way to have a little bit of backup. And I think because you're spamming your dodges so much to get your melees back, I think I'm okay with Winter Shroud. But yeah, both of them are so fun, man. I see why everyone was saying A tier, and some people saying S tier. This is a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Okay, thanks. Expect to see you on night shift. Ido says he needs you. Clip it or prove it. That's a lie. You were joined to MLC if you saw. I did too. I was watching last night. Yeah, recording's done. Recording's done. Appreciate your patience on that. We see videos similar to your Strand Titan video for the other classes. In what way? MLC did not disband. They literally just won night shift last night. Do you mean just like, are we going to see a Strand Hunter and a Strand Warlock build? Answer? Not sure. I could maybe remake my Strand Warlock support build. I could just remake that video. Why don't I want O? Because people use the letter O to just say O in chat. And the emote's fucking huge. And I don't want it. I've already said like a zillion times that I hate emotes that are just words. Rename it. But like the whole point of it is that it's just one letter. Right? If we rename it to something that people aren't going to accidentally type, then it's like... I just don't like it. Like builds that are usable forever. I mean, all the builds that I'm putting out are usable forever, but...
Wonderful day, Guardian.
I could... I don't have any, like...
months. This stream toddler is huge.
I don't have any... I should probably get out of here. I don't have any Strand Hunter build on tap. I could remake the Strand Warlock. I don't know if I would have a Strand Hunter. Setup in time. Because there's a lot of other videos that I am trying to produce. And if I don't have something off the dome, I'm not sure. Whirling Maelstrom grass set build. I don't if it's not gonna show up in the rotation, I'm just not gonna go farm tier 3 armor. I'm on the clock. I'm on the clock. And I'm trying to think about my time, efficient use of my time right now. And sitting in grasp, even if we do master, I don't know. I will think about it. Thank you, QB. Problem with Strain Hunters, Prism Hunters is better in every way. I will think about it. I'll think about it. But I have a lot of stuff to start working on to make sure that I am good to go for retirement. Vada 35, Mongoose 37. Thank you both. Thank you both for the resubs. Okay, let's just delete that. Anything here? Did we buy everything? Gilded Memento, huh? Oh, good. Hard light. It's not even that good of an ornament either. I think I should stop buying those because I have a lot of the ornaments that I want, and the reason I didn't buy some ornaments is because I didn't like how they looked. Although I guess there's still quite a lot. I don't know, we'll see. 2-6, 9 months. You mind giving my Saint 14 Edge of Action build a peek? It's designed to walk down -50 content. I'd like to hear your thoughts if possible. Probably the next time I do some build stuff, we can take a look at it because I'm probably about to end stream. But I also know that like glaives are phenomenal. Maybe I should have like some kind of a glaive build video. I don't know. If I can make something work, I wouldn't mind having something there, because glaives are just insane. They're actually just insane. But next time, if I'm looking for something, hit me with it. We'll take a look. But I'm about to end stream because I'm going to go get some dinner. And then I'm right back to the friggin' video mines. Your boy has a lot to work on. So I am going to call it there. Good show today. Good show. Yeah, I'm back to the video mines. I might relax a little bit. And start putting together the highlights Giga compilation. Might do that. But I have many video to work on. So I will be working on that. We might have some shorter streams, just like going into the next like week or so. Just so I can keep working on my video content. GG's. Thank you, everyone. Lot of gifted today. A lot of people dropping some stupid amount of gifteds. And I'm no longer gonna fight you on it. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for the... I know we don't really do anything for like partner anniversary, but if I'm still streaming next year, then maybe we'll do something. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. We might, I don't know, the boys are talking some potential golf in the evening tomorrow. So I'm going to figure out some Destiny stuff to stream. Try and make some more content. I mean, I don't know, maybe the transition goes freaking horrible and everyone's like, actually, he kind of sucks. I don't freaking know. We'll see, because it'll be 13 years. 12 years of being partners is pretty berserk. Pretty berserk. Wicked Sid also dropping 10 gifted right before we go. Thank you very much. Very, very, very generous of you. Very generous of you to do. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Next Monday is the fashion show. Prep your fashion. I will have instructions on Monday. Okay. I will have instructions on Monday for how all this is going to work. So just prep your stuff. Where are we going? SK. Zavaler, next time. Next time we got it. Alright, be good, everybody. Oh my god. Be good, everyone. Take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And then, fashion show next Monday. Bring your good stuff. Only your good stuff. I see a cowboy hat. I'm literally going to kill you in game. See!